Fix their lights back there.
I'd like to convene the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board here on March 20th. If the secretary would please call the roll.
Commissioner Elper. Commissioner Menz.
Present.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson. Absent Vice President DeBenny.
Here.
President Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I will call for approval of our agenda.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. And just a reminder to everyone, we do have a time-certain public hearing at 5:45. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to moving our minutes of March 26th.
So moved.
A second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Thank you. Now we will have reports of appointees to outside boards, commissions, and committees. Anybody have anything that, yep, Vice President Benny.
Yes, thank you, President Forney. I've said this before, this particular issue, but I'll bring it again for the record. There was a meeting of the Board of Estimate and Taxation on March 13th, and we actually passed a resolution at this point now directing the BET consultants as their final task for the BET to work with the Park Board Director, Director Wiseman, on correcting the park spending by ward data that was put into the report last year. So that's moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you for that report. Not seeing any of the lights. I just want to announce that I am making another appointee, and this is for the Homegrown Minneapolis Food Council, and that would be for Monty Jones. So thank you, Monty, for serving. And on then to our consent business. But somebody would like to move our 2 items in consent.
I'll move the consent business as a slate.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to administration and finance.
I'll move resolution 2024-14, resolution approving customer agreement with Northern States Power Company, DBA Excel Energy, to purchase 100% certified renewable electrical energy and authorizing the expenditure of up to $20,000 of sustainability fund to cover unbudgeted utility costs that may arise due to this program in 2024.
Second.
Thank you. I'm assuming we don't need a roll call for this. Right, okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to our next resolution.
I'll move resolution 2024-43, resolution amending the 2024 capital improvement program to allocate $276,568 from the Nicollet Island East Bank neighborhood portion of the Dibble Hornstein Parkland dedicated fund to complete a segment of the East Bank Trail on Main Street between First Avenue Northeast and Hennepin Avenue Northeast, a part of the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
Second.
Thank you. I don't see any, oh, we do see lights, sorry. Commissioner Menz.
Yes, and maybe this is a pattern, but I was just wondering if there's a way to find out, or when we use the Dibble Hornstein funds, I'm always wondering how much is left in there after we use those. Is there any report on what's left in that neighborhood bank or Hornstein fund after we use these funds?
Thank you, Carrie.
President Forney, Commissioner Mentz. There's information in the background of the resolution, and then you'll also find it online in the CIP dashboard, where there's up-to-date information on what's or the park dedication dashboard, which shows up-to-date numbers on what's remaining. For this particular neighborhood, there's still, somewhere in the ballpark of 800,000, I believe, if not more.
I was wondering if that number is not updated until we approve this resolution.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any lights, I want to mention that Commissioner Thompson has joined us. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to our next resolution.
I'll move Resolution 2024-51-51. Resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Minnesota Energy Climate Corps to perform energy efficiency assessments and community engagement initiatives in Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board facilities.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on that item? Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to our next resolution.
I'll move Resolution 2024-48, resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit a 2025 proposal to the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota resources from the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund for 3 projects.
Second.
Right. Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That action carries. On to our next resolution.
I'll move Resolution 2024-47, resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit a 2025 proposal to the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Council for Phase 3 shoreline enhancement at Lake Nokomis, part of Nokomis-Hiawatha Regional Park.
Second.
Thank you. Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to our next one.
I'll move Resolution 2024-52, resolution to authorize a professional services agreement with OpenGov, Inc. in the amount of $855,000 for the 5-year period of March 22nd, 2024 to March 21st, 2029 for the implementation, configuration, and support of the Enterprise Asset Management System, Cartograph.
Second.
Thank you. Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That action carries. Okay, on to, my goodness, speedy weedy. Okay, unfinished business. Somebody would please read our next resolution. I'd appreciate it.
I'll move Resolution 2024-7. This is a resolution awarding a construction contract to JR Remodelers and Builders LLC in the amount of $300,000 for the John H. Stevens House Fire Rehabilitation Project under bid event ID number 2892, pending approval by the City of Minneapolis Finance and Property Services Procurement Division and Minneapolis Civil Rights Department, and authorizing administrative use of a 10% construction contingency up to $30,000 for necessary construction change orders that may arise.
Second.
Thank you. Seeing a light. Okay, Commissioner Menz.
Yes, I'm wondering, so I know that there was a discussion in the committee about this, but I'm still questioning, like, what, this is a lot of money to put into a property that might be a burden in the future. So what is the reality of not putting money into that? Because I know that we had discussion about what was going to happen to Stevens House. And is this funding related to the future or just our current obligation based on insurance costs, which I couldn't really tell from the background?
Welcome.
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, the funding for this will come from the insurance proceeds, whatever the settlement is, and depending on how we actually decide to restore it or do other things, the insurance proceeds might vary. As we move through a restoration process, it will cover the cost of restoring the building to its pre-fire conditions. There are still those additional costs that we highlighted last time that relate to fire suppression, fencing, and other things, which we haven't defined a funding source for. But as we move through this process, which will take about 7 months for the construction, we would intend to come back to the board and kind of outline both the use and the other improvements that we might think are necessary to be able to perpetuate the use and the structure.
I guess my question is, and maybe for my colleagues as well, is by committing to this use of the funds for insurance costs, is it committing us to restoring this project because we're going to be putting some money into it, and then we'll feel like we're more into it. Because I'm not necessarily in support of restoring the property, so I want to make sure and how my votes are clear around this particular property and what we're going to do with it. So, I mean, any input from my colleagues who are in committee, that would be helpful too.
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, I appreciate that this is a board decision. If this is not approved tonight, then the alternative for us is to either leave the building standing in its current condition, which I don't think is smart, or to somehow remove it from the site. Reflecting back on the meeting that happened 2 weeks ago, from staff's perspective, there was a general consensus. It was not unanimous that the building should be restored, and that our best options for determining a future use for it would be if the building were restored to its pre-fire condition.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olson?
Michael, still have a question, sorry. So if we restore this with the options of potentially another entity taking over stewardship, is that still on the table?
President Forney, Commissioner Olson, if you remember back, I had my chart that included restoration, conveyance, removing to another site, and then demolition. The only one we've taken off at this point is the demolition of the structure, pending this vote tonight. So we will still be continuing to look at the uses and potential conveyances during the next several months. And I think if we were to go through the presentation that I had ready for you, you'd see that I would planning on having staff come back in July, with the building restoration probably continuing until October.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Menz for a second time?
Thank you very much, President Forney. So would it be possible for the insurance funds to have been used for demolition, or is it only that they would be used to restore the site to its current form?
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, if I understand correctly, the insurance funds can be used for anything between restoration to removal to restoration. The insurance company will be looking to us to determine what's the appropriate future for this building. So if we decided to remove the building from this site, the insurance company would be covering the cost of that.
Thank you.
Vice President Abeni.
Thank you, President Forney. I'll just make one comment. I did hear from quite a few preservationists, I'll say, since the last meeting, because there was a little bit of media coverage around the discussion at the last meeting. And I think the way to describe it is they were gobsmacked that there was some discussion of demolishing the building or something. So I'm certainly going to support the next steps with stabilizing the structure using the insurance funds and all of that. And I'd encourage my colleagues to reach out to some preservationists to get a different perspective, or that perspective. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Forney. I'll just add my 2 cents. I know that there's some idea, certainly there was at our last meeting, about like the idea of like historical projects and what's our place and blah, blah, blah. Part of why I feel like we're in the position that we're in as a culture is that we haven't preserved our history properly, our full history. And I know we're trying to rectify that, both in this organization and other organizations in the city and in the state. And I could not more ardently pitch that this is definitely something that should be restored, even if we don't continue to operate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any other lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you. That action carries. On to our next resolution.
I'd like to move Resolution 2024-61, resolution approving a joint powers agreement between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board, the City of Minneapolis, and the Hennepin County Regional Rail Authority for the Midtown Greenway, pending designation as a Metropolitan Parks Regional Trail.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Sounds like maybe we want to take, no, this isn't a roll call. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Thank you. On to our next one.
I'll move Resolution 2024-54, resolution directing the superintendent to prepare a cooperative construction agreement with Hennepin County for design and construction of an accessible bike and pedestrian trail connecting to Midtown the Greenway through the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's Sioux Line Gardens site in South Minneapolis.
Second?
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson?
I would just love to see a presentation because I am only just starting to comprehend this project, and I don't feel prepared to vote on it without that. If we're ready, yeah. Thank you.
Welcome again, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
I'm not immediately seeing the presentation up here, but let me offer this just as I would continue to look here. President Forney, I'm not immediately seeing it here on this one. I can go downstairs and retransfer it in a minute. But I think because there would appear to be so many folks here from the Sioux Line Gardens, it might be important that if I could make the presentation, that we would hold on discussion until after open time so that those folks who are here
Can share their input.
Oh, this might not be it.
Yes,
Do we find it?
we did.
Oh, wonderful.
That's why we have a secretary,
Yes.
capable secretary.
Far more than a secretary.
Thank you. So I'll go through this and then we can break for open time and the public hearing. And I know the folks will have to stay here longer, but at least you'll be able to hear their input on this. And this is a necessarily more complicated topic than it was even just a few weeks ago. So I'll go through and be able to come back and answer questions in total later.
And I'm just going to remind everybody again, we do have a 5:45 public hearing, so we'll go to open time at 5:30, and then 5:45 will be but please go forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Forney. So this is the site of an aerial photograph of the Sioux Line Gardens. It's located between Garfield Avenue and Harriet Avenue, just on the north side of the Midtown Greenway. I understand there's something like 140 gardeners who participate in this garden on an annual basis. This is a photograph of the garden, and I'm going to provide a couple of slides that were directed to us from Hennepin County, but I'm not going to focus a lot on this tonight because I don't think this is the immediate issue. But they provided us a demonstration of the gap in the accessibility to the Greenway based on a 10-minute walking radius to another ADA facility. It shows on the image to the left the gap that is there, and with a pathway through the garden, as they have posed, it would fill that gap. They also provided some information about how they arrived at that, noting that the site was generally accessible relative to topography, and that there are some policy directions that limit access from another point in the vicinity, particularly along the south side. They essentially would show a path that would follow a wood chip path, that would pave a wood chip path that would run through the garden, beginning at Garfield with a link out to Harriet and eventually running to a point where it connects the Greenway under Harriet Avenue. All of this was probably important 2 weeks ago, but in a conversation that we had with Hennepin County environmental staff, we were provided with information from the most recent environmental investigation that they needed to do with their project. This is a diagram from Landmark Engineering, which shows the LGP, means Landmark Geoprobe, essentially a sampling of soils at 6 locations through the garden, with the results tabulated, generally tabulated, summarized, I guess I would say, in the charts that attach to each of those locations. What's important here is that the shaded boxes show areas that exceed the MPCA reference values for 2 contaminants or hazardous materials, one diesel range organics and the others PAHs or polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Both significantly, when you look at it, what's also important is where we find them in the soils, and several locations are in the top 2 feet of the soils as we went through here. The county in this particular diagram was looking at locations that were proximate to their construction, which makes sense. But as we asked further, they provided us with this compilation of soil borings that had been done previously. This goes back to work that was done by a firm called Thermal Retech back in 1999, followed up by a company called Pure Environmental in 2001. And again, this is the same kind of chart highlighting the locations with these charts linking off it to show where there were exceedances and the depth of those exceedances of those two compounds that I mentioned before. What's important about what happened in 1999 and 2001 compared to the more recent investigations, which were just completed, I think the samples happened like on December 21st of 2023, with the results delivered to the county in mid to late February, was the methodology that was allowed by the MPCA has changed. So in 1999 and 2001, and up to some point, they allowed for samples across the site to be averaged. So where you had some locations that may have been above a threshold value and others below, if the average of those across the site was below, then they would determine that it was safe for, in this case, the gardening use. That's no longer allowed. And we immediately upon learning this information, within like 24 hours of us gaining this information, the park board contracted with Braun Intertech and a soil scientist named Mark Kiefer, who was asked to conduct what we call a desktop review. They didn't do any more field investigations. They took the investigations that had been done and the information that we were able to provide them, and did a deeper dive to help us understand what was going on with these materials on the site. And it was clear in an email back from Mr. Kiefer that he suggested that no gardening activities take place in these soils. There's still a lot we don't know about them. We don't know how mobile they are in the soils. We don't know if they're able to be taken up by plants. But we know that potentially dermal and respiratory contact with these chemicals can be harmful. So with an abundance of caution, we met with the gardeners just this past Monday and suggested to them, or told them, that we were not going to be allowing gardening activities to happen in 2024, and we'll be moving directly to get these soil issues corrected. The notion you have in front of you tonight was to direct staff to look toward a cooperative agreement. And I think it's important at this point that whatever happens, whether they're supporting the cooperative agreement or allowing the park board to take another step, that we recognize several things here, and there might be others that the commissioners will direct to us, that regardless of all the other things that have been happening on this site for the past couple of years, the focus for the park board is to create a safe place for gardening. So that's our primary activity. That's what we've been doing for the last 2 weeks following what we understand from the environmental work. It's also important at this point that the park board is the project lead. These are our constituents on our parkland. This is a project that park board should be leading, with a community engagement, assessment, and plan developed by our staff for whatever happens here. We're going to continue to work with the Sioux Line Gardens group to hopefully find a temporary location. We know that there are issues of food security that happen here. We want to be as responsive as we can in finding alternative locations for as many gardeners as we can while we're doing the work to restore the garden to a safe level. And when we look at the issue that was before us tonight, the issue of the trail, we're going to be exploring that through an engagement process that is led by the park board, with the understanding that the gardening uses remain paramount in this space. And I can stop for questions or come back after we have a chance to hear from gardeners.
Great. I think if you want to have some discussion, if any board members would like to, please, we can enter in, but we have another 6 minutes before our open time. I'm sorry. Commissioner Alper.
Yes, thank you. I am wondering what your staff recommendation is for tonight on this item. Or are you going to express that after open time?
President Forney, Commissioner Alper, I happen to have been reminded of what our recommendation was as I walked into this room. But for us, it's more important to be solving the issues of the garden and the soil conditions, as opposed to entering into a construction cooperative agreement for a project that we don't know if it actually will work here, excuse me, once we move into the soil process. So I mentioned in an email that was sent to you before last weekend that we would encourage commissioners to postpone action on this and let us take the lead in formulating a whole plan for how we deal with the garden space and allowing us time to work with the gardeners to figure out how we get them relocated and move forward with a plan for remediating the garden during 2024.
Commissioner Menz?
Thank you, President Forney. Thanks for that update, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder. There's been a lot that's happened in the last day or so, and I'm hoping that some of the gardeners here could shed light on what their feelings are on the newly discovered contaminated soil that seems to be a serious issue for health. I'd like to comment on a couple of things here around this site. That this is not in my district. I'd like to clarify that. I'm District 1, Northeast Minneapolis. This garden is a place where lots of learning happens for young people. And I think that what I'm hearing from you, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, is that you think that the Park Board should take over the planning of this process from Hennepin County at this point.
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. So I do feel a lot more comfortable with us being a little bit more in control of this planning process and how we mitigate the soil in that space. I talked to Commissioner Green today and asked her that direct question. So it's kind of interesting that because I was like, who's gonna organize this? Because this is a different level of engagement around the garden. My other question or plea here is, how would that then we be in charge of creating the trail? Like, how would that work? If there was a trail, or if that was part of the new moving forward, how would that work?
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, I don't want to project ahead to a result, but it seems to me that if we are moving through a soil remediation process, the opportunities for integrating a trail into the garden are probably a lot broader than they might have been for a project where the goal was as little disturbance of underlying soils as possible. So without projecting ahead, we'll look at it and we'll bring options back to the board with the deeper engagement that we're used to bringing to the board on framing a direction.
Thank you very much. And on this issue, we get 3 minutes, so I'm gonna keep them for now because I think this is an important issue. I'm only gonna get one other time to talk on this agenda item. It feels to me like the community took over a spot, and I think that as government officials, we need to kind of figure this, like how this works. So we took over a spot. We knew the community, the soil was contaminated at that point. Made a garden out of it, and it has flourished for decades. Meanwhile, the county and we have just held on to that. It kind of feels to me like a little bit of squatters' rights. Like a community has been taking care of this space, this shared land, and how do we really represent and share and complete the project with everyone in mind? And I think that the Park Board seems to be much more adept at doing that than maybe the county is at this point, at least from what we've heard from the gardeners. I am concerned about the soil, and I want to speak to this because in my home park, in my Northeast Park, we built a ball field, and we unearthed some soil that we knew was contaminated, and that ball field was built about a year ago, and it hasn't been used yet because we are not always able to predict what the soil is going to uncover. So could someone on staff kind of speak to that issue, that we don't, we're discovering things after completing a project that we didn't know that there was going to be glass in the field or things like that. So how do we have any predictability on that?
Okay, being we have 1 more minute and everything, I am going to allow us to begin our open time, and so I'm going to read our rules, okay? Thanks, and once again, to remind you and everything, we will pause for our public hearing at 5:45, but then we will resume and go back to open time. Okay, so thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during open time. Before we start, I want to provide an abbreviated version of our open time rules. All individuals wishing to speak may call in before noon the day of the meeting to be placed on the agenda, or can sign up at the board meeting prior to the start of open time. I will be calling on people on the sign-up list only. Open time for public input shall not exceed a total of 15 minutes with the time limit to be allotted by me, the president. Please watch the timer up here to be considerate of others when you speak and to stay within your allotted time. During open time, public testimony will be given without debate and only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. Two types of items not appropriate for open time in order to protect the privacy of all are pending litigation issues and personnel. So please refrain from commenting on specific personnel issue. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone. So please ensure that all your comments you make tonight comply with the policy. This board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. When Robert's Rules of Order under, the ceding a time to another person is not allowed. So only those signed up to speak may only speak for their allotted amount of time. We also request that each speaker provide his or her name and address. And we have 21 people who have signed up, so I apologize, but we will only be having 1 minute per speaker. And the first person on it is Beverly Props, and then after that is Tom Huckenberry, I think that's right. So Beverly, if you're here, please come forward.
Thank you very much. I just walked in the door. I'm here to discuss the, I guess it's the proposal to change the park, Fallwell Park, to Lorraine Smaller. And my reason for opposing that is I live across the street from that park, and there are other families that border that park that have been there as long as I have, like 50 years. And there are certain things that we would like to see happen for particularly those neighbors who have passed on. And so to change the park name, I know would cost more tax dollars, my tax dollars. And so I am recommending that instead of changing the park name, to use the dollars perhaps to have plaques on the benches that are just installed newly for each of those members that lived around that park.
Thank you.
To list their names.
I appreciate that. The next one is Tom, and then after that is Rachel Olfers.
Hi there, Tom Hockenberry. I live at 1515 West 26th Street in Minneapolis, adjacent to the mall project. Thank you for your time and your service. Since I only have a little bit of time, I really just want to focus on one point. Obviously, you've heard from us that many of the residents around that, through a petition, are in opposition of implementing a portion of the long-range plan in the mall, as other work is being done to tear up the roads instead of returning it to road to implement a portion of the long-range plan. We're being told that the reason for this is the park board doesn't have discretion to implement the long-range plan. They have to implement it. I want to say that the park board all the time uses implementation discretion to decide which pieces of the long-range plan they do and do not implement. The long-range plan will never be fully implemented. Every day you have to decide, how are we going to spend our funds? What will we implement? What won't we implement? The residents disagree with the implementation. We wouldn't like to see this move forward at all. But instead of saying, well, we have to because the long-range plan is there, we'd like to kindly ask you to use your implementation discretion and say we're going to have it returned back to road, not returned to park. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And then Mike Erlinson.
Hello, my name is Rachel Elfers. I live at 339 West Elmwood Place in Minneapolis. I am a parent of 3 ball players. We have played with 612 Fast Pitch for 7 years and have the opportunity to play for 10 more. I'm also a coach. I sit on the board as the softball director, and we play for Washburn High School for the last couple of years and for the next 10 years. So I'll be around for a while with this fields equity discussion. I want to thank the TAC for working since the summer to create ideas for improvements that can happen quickly and efficiency to see real change this season and moving forward. I believe the budget of 157 million plus capital improvement funds of 34.3 million has plans to allocate about 0.58% of the capital improvement budget towards the fields, and we understand the staff has asked to increase this to 500,000, which is 1.46% of the capital improvement budget. Please use this money. Please use it right away. It's important. None of the recent master plan field improvements at Bryn Mawr or Northeast have touched any fast pitch fields.
Thank you. Mike, and then after that is Lynn Brettel.
Well, good evening. Mike Erlinson, 2809 East Lake of the Isles Parkway. Good to see you all. I also happen to be the president of the East Isles Neighborhood Association. I'm here tonight to speak on the mall project that was already spoke about once. The East Isles Neighborhood Association has had a large community process that was also referenced. Over 560 people have signed an active petition that continues to take place. We've had 2 different board meetings dedicated to this. President Fournier and Commissioner Schaefer attended one of our meetings. The neighborhood strongly supports, as was already mentioned, not taking away the current pavement and making it grass. We support green space. The East Isles Neighborhood Association does a lot for the park system. We've renovated the park system, but we believe this will have a negative impact on public safety in our community. Particularly, you'll no longer be able to get ambulances and fire trucks in and around this particular area. Also, we're not creating any new real usable park space in an area that has all kinds of park space today. And so the neighborhood strongly supports not implementing any components of the master plan, including the turf as well as the WUNRF. We do support the completion of the bicycle path in that particular area. And I had a little bit more time planned, so if you guys allow stuff to be put in the record, I'd hand in the rest of my time.
Thank you, Lynn, and then after that is Kadar Dashpande. I hope I'm saying your name right.
Hello, my name is Lynn Brettel. I live at 4852 Fifth Avenue South in Minneapolis. I'm the current parent of Washburn High School softball players and also a longtime coach and also the current president of the 612 Fast Pitch Board of Directors. What I would really like to highlight, in addition to what Rachel offered, is that we, this season, for the second year in a row, will have 16 teams of players playing softball representing Minneapolis. And what's exciting about that is that we continue to be one of the largest softball organizations in the state. And what's particularly exciting about that this season is that 6 of those teams are 14U and high school level players. Those players need fields that are specific and adequate to fast pitch softball that allow the game to be played as it's intended and according to the rules. And so we would ask that you would increase funds or dedicate funds that can make improvements to fast pitch fields right away for this season. Thank you.
Thank you, Kadar, and then after that is Maria Del Carmen.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Kedar Deshpande, and I live in Whittier. The recent Star Tribune piece about the County Bikeway project was an eye-opener. We learned that MnDOT and the Federal Highway Authority decided green space where kids play and isn't a park, and that gardening isn't recreation. 2 car-focused entities decided what the words park and recreation mean. That's Orwellian.
Yeah.
Consider it took a journalist to uncover the deceit necessary to push this project forward to this point. It's emblematic of the contempt the county has had for its own constituents and for the park board. This project is not wanted. Your own staff gave it no recommendation. We've given you 1,700 petition signatures and 18 bicycle, environmental, and community groups stand with the garden. Thank you for preserving the parks that we love, and thank you for voting no on this resolution.
Thank you, Maria. And then next is Patrice Casso.
Hola, mi nombre es María del Carmen. Estoy aquí porque soy madre de familia. Tenemos 8 años con el jardín. Es muy importante para nosotros tener el jardín. Nunca ha sido un impedimento no tener un camino para bajar. Hemos bajado con carriolas, con bicicletas, con comida. No ha sido un impedimento. Una forma muy grande que me ayudó en mi jardín fue que hace años atrás tuve una depresión muy grande. que esa depresión llegó a una separación y el jardín fue una forma de estar ahí, de escapar de mi depresión. Por favor, necesitamos el jardín porque ahí hacemos tareas, jugamos con los niños de un día largo de trabajo, largo de escuela, platicamos todo lo que nos ha pasado, todo lo que queremos, veremos la naturaleza, cómo nace, cómo crece, cómo muere. Por favor, necesitamos el jardín. Gracias.
Great. And I see that you have an interpreter who I believe is going to be sharing. He's madly scribing his. We'll wait on you, sir. Go ahead.
I'm ready. Well, hello, my name is Maria Carmen. My address is 2541 in Blaisdell. I am a mother of a family, and I've been part of this garden for 8 years, and this is very important to us. When it comes to the problem of going down, that's never been a problem, as we have been able to walk or take the bike for multiple times. As well, this garden is very important to us because, well, very important to me because a few years back, I went through a depressing part of my life, which resulted in separation. This garden has helped me to work through my depression state and has helped me better myself and become much happier. This is also very important because with my kids, this is where we go and do homework or go and enjoy and play some time together after a long day of school and a long day of work. And this has also been a very good lesson for my kids. One, which is very important, is the cycle of life, as we have seen nature grow, be born, grow, and then die. So please, this garden is very important, and I hope you can protect it.
Thank you. So next is Patrice, and after that is Sally Dale, and then I am going to break for our public hearing. Patrice?
Okay, thanks. Hi, I'm Patience Cazo. I live at 3150 Excelsior Boulevard here in Minneapolis. Well, this is tragic, a very tragic turn of events for Sioux Line Community Garden. To say that I was shocked at the news of Sioux Line Community Garden being shut down due to the soil conditions is an understatement. Hennepin County hasn't even gotten approval for their bikeway project, but our worst fears have been realized. The timing of this announcement, along with the avoidance of the 4F protections, is interesting, and I mean that in the most Minnesotan way. The county is playing political chess, and we gardeners only have checkers. Gardeners would like to work with the park board on soil remediation plan, a plan that increases safety and causes the least harm and impact to our community garden and gathering space. None of these recent events change the fact that Hennepin County's plans would risk further harmful soil disturbance, remove most of the community gathering space, and set a dangerous precedent of not defining certain parklands as parks. Please vote no on the resolution in front of you and let us work to protect the garden. Thanks.
Thank you. Sally? And then we will move to our public hearing.
Sally Dale, 25th and Aldridge. Tonight, Hennepin County is finally bringing their project forward. They want to build a paved bikeway, make it ADA compliant, keep the footprint small, and mollify the gardeners. It has been unworkable from the start. They have put Kimley Horn in a bind, and the engineers have come up with a vague design and a lot of unanswered questions. I suspect the plan was to get this project approved and into the construction phase, and then when problems arose, it would be too late to turn back. Well, a problem has arisen, and it's not too late to turn back. Vote no tonight and put this ill-conceived project to rest. Then we two organizations, Sioux Line Community Garden, MPRB, can work together in a true partnership and focus on our attention on our common goal to preserve Sioux Line Community Garden and restore the cherished neighborhood park. And I just want to give a quick thank you to Colleen Odell, who has kept her door open and her mind open through this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am going to recess then our open time and go into our public hearing and read the rules for that. Thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during tonight's public hearing. Before we start, the board would like to provide an abbreviated version of the public hearing rules. All individuals wishing to speak can sign up prior to the start of our public hearing here today. If you have not signed up to testify yet, please do so at the entrance to the boardroom. This public hearing will have a time allotted to be by me the president. And we'll find out how many people, so I'll be able to tell you how many minutes per. But anyways, please watch the timer up here to be considerate of others here to speak and stay within your allotted time. During the public hearing, public testimony will be given without debate, and only clarifying questions from the board will be allowed. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone, so please ensure that all comments you make tonight comply with this policy. This board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed. We also request that each speaker provide his or her name and address. And I will also, at the end of the hearing, I will be asking if there are any additional testifiers and be stating that 3 times. So in the meantime, we will have a presentation, please, and then we will move on to our public hearing. Sorry.
Thank you, President Forney, Commissioners. We're only a couple of weeks or a couple of meetings away from when we saw a presentation on this. So I'm going to touch on a few new pieces of information that you wouldn't have had at the first public hearing, as well as just to note that this item is also on the Planning Committee tonight for action. So there will be an opportunity for more questions at that point if there are questions. So one piece that is new since our last presentation on this is that while there was a nomination submitted on November 15th, 2023, the records actually show that the first nomination for this came on March 4th, 2022. So that advances this naming process by quite a bit of time and puts us in the position of having the second public hearing tonight. Just to refresh, all of the correct communications have happened for this nomination in terms of what is required in the policy. The location of this park, again, is on this particular image, and the name itself didn't have a specific reference to any unknown individual and was not something that was identified through the research as changing something that was previously established for a specific individual related to this park. One of the things that is new that we didn't include in terms of kind of the overview of Lorraine Smaller is that Lorraine was actually part of the Community Advisory Committee who helped create the North Side Service Area Master Plan, and in fact was actually quite instrumental in the design of this particular park. So it's a really nice connection to the overall park design component. I don't know if there's anybody from the family or the nominators who would like to share any words at this moment. 1 second.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amina Smaller. I'm the granddaughter of Lorraine Smaller and Floyd Smaller. I would like to thank the Minneapolis Park Board Commissioners, Superintendent Bangora and Jennifer Ringgold, for your work to move forward the nomination to rename Farwell Park to Lorraine B. Smaller Park. My grandmother left an indelible mark on both Farwell Park and North Minneapolis. When Farwell Park was a forgotten space frequented with crime, she took it upon herself to restore the space. She created a free performing arts program that ran every summer, allowing children and families to feel comfortable and safe at the park again. She filled our park with music, laughter, joy, and love. She founded the We Care Performing Arts program in Farwell Park as a 70-year-old retiree. I participated in this program along with other neighborhood youth, including young people from as close as the Homewood Apartments to as far as Northeast Minneapolis and South Minneapolis. We received performing arts classes from the likes of Debbie Duncan, Dennis Spears, Bruce Henry, Artie Thompson, all local and national legends who shared their gifts with us. As we matured, many of us received our first jobs through the program, setting out chairs for classes in the morning, helping instructors with younger students, or even setting up breakfast and lunch. Most days, our meals were actually hot food that was made by my grandmother. We enjoyed scrambled eggs, pancakes, biscuits, smothered chicken and rice, or even spontaneous barbecues that emerged into community block parties. Needless to say, I have a chapter book filled with memories from the summers at the park with my grandmother, Prior to working at Farwell Park, my grandmother founded the Hands-On Cedar Hill Academy, which graduated nearly 2,000 youth who hadn't been successful in the Minneapolis public schools or found their path yet. If you don't know who Lorraine Smaller is, or you're not familiar with her work, then you're not familiar with the heartbeat of this community. As we welcome more and more newcomers into our community, It's important that they understand the powerful legends that made this amazing community what it is today. If everyone worked as hard as my grandmother for others and cared as much as she did about children and our futures, we would be living in a paradise, and that is the cultural legacy that should be reflected in the name of Farwell Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, this is the second public hearing. We anticipate a committee consideration of this naming tonight, and if it's approved in committee, it would advance to the full board on April 3rd. We have had proper notification of the 2 public hearings per the requirements of the policy, and in order for a public hearing to be valid, we need all 3 at-large commissioners and the district commissioner here, and we have achieved that, that item as well tonight. Just as you consider your vote on this, there are 3 considerations that appear within the policy and the procedure for you. One of them is to be considering the enduring quality of the individual, family, or group's contribution to the park system in comparison with those of historically significant individuals, and it gives a few different examples there. We don't actually have many recent park namings. We have a lot more buildings and overlooks and things like that that are in our most recent history. So the 2 that I can tell you that are most related to an actual park naming, one of them is a portion of kind of Riverside Park, and that was Annie Young Meadow that was renamed there, and the other one is Solomon Park. Those are the 2 most recent full park names or partial park names that I can at least find at the moment. If others have more, I'm happy to share that as well. You're also asked to take in the opinions and the responses of local residents. You're certainly going to hear information tonight. You heard information at the first public hearing. And the board background has all of the information that we've received by email. The third one isn't relevant to this park because it isn't within a regional park. So it is, you only have to really consider those first 2. And just a quick reminder of the other naming items we have on the docket. And we'll head to the public hearing.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I do have 2 people that are signed up to speak, and so I'm going to allow 3 minutes for each one. First one is Dr. Joshua Jackson, and then the next one is Beverly, I think it's Propos. I'm not positive about that. Anyway, Beverly, Joshua, if you're here. Josiah, sorry, I've got that all wrong.
Good evening. It is Dr. Josiah Jackson.
Sorry.
And I'm here really in opposing to the idea, specifically because I was born and raised next to this park. So I've watched this park change 4 times as the development of the park. And even though she had her program there, sadly, this park has dealt with many people have joined or come to the park, have programs, but then they will leave trash and things left. And we as the residents, so myself and my neighbors and those around the park, will consistently have to pick up after. The program she had for the last few summers, specifically there was a bathroom potty that she would put out there, which was fine because the park does not have a bathroom. However, when she would leave the program, we would have to deal with this potty, and part of that dealt with children, whether they were in her program or not, I don't know, just children. They would dump it, we would see trash, toilet paper in the trees, and it was consistent for at least the first of 2 years. Probably by 3rd year, I started calling and saying if she was going to have this program to not put that out there because we were picking it up. I think I even spoke to her at the time. I know she's deceased, but that was the issue. It wasn't just the potty, but there was trash. There were children doing a lot of things. The program, did well for itself, but at the same time, I just felt the park, the name, Farwell Park, should remain because as a pillar, and again, having grown up next to this park, there are several other pillars in our community that have supported children through daycare service, other types of services. So I just feel as a pillar who was there, but then didn't take responsibility of having to pick up often the summers that were there, that's my main concern. So I'm opposed to the idea of renaming it to Lorraine Smaller Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly, if you're here.
I think I said a few words before. But I did forget to give my address, which was 1141 Thomas, which is right across the street from the park. And the park activity, in terms of cleaning it up and straightening it out and making sure the kids are orderly, has really been the responsibility of the neighbors that surround the park. And they, as well as myself, are opposed to it being renamed. Again, as I said, it would be better if we could, because there are other pillars. We have, if I added up the number of families that lived around that park, it would be almost 50 years times 7. And that's how many of us have been able to maintain residency in that park. And yes, Lorraine Smaller did a lot in our park for a couple years, but also the neighbors helped her. In fact, because I'm a nurse, actually taught the kids CPR those 2 summers that she had the activity. And that was because we have had incidents in the park as a result of children coming near and far that harmed themselves, and there was no first aid provided. Additionally, I think that the residents were not informed that this was going to happen. And so in my pursuit of asking them if they knew about it, they said they did not. So the opposition is basically because we did not know that this was going to happen in our community.
Thank you. So once again, if there is anybody else who'd like to speak to this public hearing, please, if you would like to rise. Oh, yes, please come forward. State your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Madam President. John Olson, 4901 Russell Avenue North. I hadn't intended to speak on this issue, therefore I hadn't signed up, but I felt compelled to give my thoughts on Ms. Smaller. I met her many years ago when she called me up and I was a young park commissioner, and she told me about a program she had for kids on the north side at a small park, and that she had lost her funding, and asked if there was anything that I could do. And I said, well, it's May. We can certainly have discussions about next year and doing something to help with your program. And she said, well, that's just not acceptable. The kids aren't going to wait till next year, John. So we found a way, and we worked together and helped her to continue her program and grow her program. And I know the staff here worked very hard with Ms. Smaller to make sure that she could deliver a great program to Northside kids and make a huge impact for many years. And I think it's appropriate what you're considering. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Olson. I apologize, I didn't even recognize you. It's been a few days since we've seen each other. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to the public hearing? I see somebody rising. Come forward, please.
Good evening. My name is Hillary Thomas, a former resident at 1240 Vincent Avenue North. And I had the pleasure of being a part of the program with the We Care program with Mrs. Smaller. And it's very concept. And I just want to go on record to say that I do support having that park renamed after Ms. Smaller. She's a treasure in this community. And I have 3 children. It takes a village to raise a child. And 3 of my children graduated from De La Salle High School because of individuals like Ms. Smaller, who was able to push to that success. Presently, I'm one of the co-chairs of the Minneapolis Northside Green Zone. And I just wanted to go on record to say that I do support the renaming of this park. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. For the 3rd time, is there anybody else who would like to speak to the public hearing? Not seeing any. I will then now close the public hearing and go back to open time. And we are at Claudia Callahan and then Jermaine Benamil. If you want to step forward, Claudia.
My name is Claudia Callahan. I live in Kingfield. Soo Lane gardeners have worked so hard maintaining and protecting the garden for 30 years. When I joined the board 3 or 4 years ago, it never dawned on me the garden and the programs would be in jeopardy, from a walking and biking expressway crisscrossing the garden, from the county being able to go around 4F, and from last-minute soil testing that would prevent gardening at Soo Line for an entire season while important remediation is done. When I joined the garden 10 years ago with my disabled adults, as part of my work, we maintained a plot. Sioux Line Community Garden was the most peaceful place. It was and is a park in the middle, an oasis in the middle of an urban neighborhood, bringing folks together to be part of nature, gardening, and community, fitting exactly into Minneapolis Park Board's mission. Commissioners, please vote no today and protect Sioux Line Community Garden for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jermaine. And then after that is Constant Pepin.
Good evening to the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. My name is Jermaine, and I am a longtime garden plot share at the Sioux Line Community Garden and have maintained my own plot for a year. I am looking for the Park Board's support to oppose the paved asphalt ramp that will run alongside or through the garden. For me, the Sioux Line Community Garden is a place for individuals, families, people of color, school children to all come together. Right now, I'm a project manager who works many hours, and this is a place of peace and reflection for me. It assists in my physical health and in my mental health. Please don't put an asphalt bike lane, which would be a disruption to the gardeners. Oftentimes, I'm the last gardener there, and adding more traffic and speed would just disrupt the integrity of the garden. There is already a wood chip path that fits the aesthetic and brings calm. It forces people to slow down. And there are other options along the Greenway for an ADA compliant ramp that I believe hasn't been fully explored. Please listen to your constituents. We're here with passion to please have you listen to us, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Constant Pepin. And then next is Nancy Gross.
Hello, I'm Constance Pepin, and I live in Park District 6, and I'm here to talk on behalf of the Friends of Roberts Bird Sanctuary and the Friends of Minneapolis Wildlife related to your consideration of the Integrated Pest Management Policy and Operations Manual. Especially, I would like to support the amendments put forward by Commissioner Benny that will better align these pesticide policies and practices with the Park Board's mission and stewardship. There's just a couple of quick comments I can make in a minute, and one is that please completely ban neonics. Staff themselves said that they're not allowed, and I think this is just a formality to say they're not allowed, including seeds treated. A single seed treated with neonics can kill a songbird. The other thing I really urge you to do is ban rodenticides. I sent emails to members of the committee about this. They are a serious threat to any living thing that accidentally ingests them. Even staff admitted that the blanket statement provided by manufacturers was insufficient, and there's really no need or reason to have rodenticides. They work their way up the food chain and kill hawks and owls and possums, and we need to be protecting those animals rather than introducing chemicals that harm them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy Gross, and then Mary Dovey.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Gross, and I live at 1427 West 27th Street in Minneapolis. I have been a resident of the East Isles neighborhood since 1993. I'm here tonight to ask you to create an amendment to the mall plan so that we may have our roadway returned after the sewer work and not become turf. It is an important bit of transportation for those of us who live in the neighborhood, as well as for emergency vehicles, as well as parking for some of the multi-unit housing that actually is adjacent to the mall. And we would really appreciate your support of such an amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. And then next is Ellen Van Iwerden. Is Mary here? Mary Dovey? Excuse me?
Mary was ill tonight. Sorry. She's not here.
Oh, she's not here. Thank you. Okay. Ellen then, and then after that is Carl. I'm not sure I'm reading it right, but looks like Wolfers. Sorry, I'm not reading your handwriting. Oh, Ellen, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, President Fournier and Commissioners. I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak tonight, along with my neighbors, in support of you using your discretion to not implement this very small piece of the mall parks master plan, or in the alternative, amending that plan to not take out a very small strip of road, which would provide very little additional green space to the mall, but which is a really important conduit for traffic coming down the neighborhood from the north, because Lake of the Isles Parkway runs to the north. So to come south from our neighborhood, you can choose Hennepin Avenue, which of course is a mess right now, or you can choose to go to take this little road over to Bede-Makaska Drive and then to Lagoon, where there's a stoplight and lake. The rest of the streets do not have stoplights, and it's super dangerous to use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Then Carl, and then after that is Elizabeth Souder, I think, or Sowden. Sorry.
All right. Great to see everybody. And I'm here, Carl Ulfers. I'm a Minneapolis resident. I'm here primarily because I'm the dad of 3 daughters that play fast pitch within this city. I'm also president of the Washburn Fast Pitch Boosters, as well as a coach for 612. I'm here to thank you for the Thompson resolution last year and the TAC that came out of it. I'm really excited about the momentum that we have. I really am coming to ask you of 2 things. One, please make sure that you support your staff this year from a funding perspective so that we can start to address the longstanding field equity issues that are pervasive across the city and can be seen anytime anybody looks at one of the new master plan developments and sees the total lack of development of fast pitch fields. So that's ask number 1. Ask number 2 is please recognize we have formed an alliance across the north side and the south side of every single fast pitch program in the city, all the high school teams, 612, the ADs, the booster clubs, etc. And we want to partner with you guys to keep this momentum going. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And then Jordan, I believe it is. Is Elizabeth here? Oh, welcome.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Sowd, and I live at 2800 Garfield Street Northeast. I wanted to speak in support of the plan to renovate the Stevens House. If you had voted not to restore the Stevens House, it would have made it easier to justify tearing down other historic buildings. I can just imagine people saying, hey, they tore down the oldest house in Minneapolis, so we can tear down other historic structures. When historic structures are gone, they're gone. Saving the house demonstrates an understanding of the importance of stewardship for historic structures. Some of the most popular U.S. cities to visit, such as Charleston, New Orleans, Savannah, Boston, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C., are also the best at preserving historic buildings and neighborhoods. Minneapolis is far behind those cities and can't afford to lose more historic architecture. Save the Stevens House and save the spirit of preservation in Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. And then after that is Matt Brooks.
Good evening, Jordan Like. Regarding the Sioux Line site, I agree with staff recommendation and with Commissioner Menz that perhaps a park board-led process could result in an improved site plan that both fixes the soil and provides an accessible pathway that serves the thousands of neighborhood residents that live close to the site and currently lack access to the Midtown Greenway, one of the best recreational paths in the state. I do want to note that over $1 million in federal funding is on the line when it comes to the county project. Soil remediation on the site is going to be quite expensive, and it seems like it would be fiscally responsible for the park board to explore how to keep those funds by ensuring that some sort of accessible path is installed in the future. When I visit any of our wonderful neighborhood parks, I see how so many different uses can peacefully coexist. And I trust that the park board can do the same on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, and then after that is Ryan Atwell.
Good evening, President Forney, members of the commission. My name is Matt Bricks. I live at 4529 Garfield Avenue in Minneapolis. I'm the parent of a 612 fast pitch softball player. I'm a volunteer coach and also the vice president of the board at 612. Appreciate the opportunity to address the Board of Commissioners about the ongoing efforts to improve Diamond Sports facilities. As a parent of an athlete who could play fast pitch softball in Minneapolis for the next 7 years, I want to make sure that my daughter can play in consistently improving facilities during that time. While improvements happen in the near term, I ask the Board of Commissioners to also dream big about the medium and long term when it comes to augmenting existing facilities. Specifically, I ask that you consider pinwheel construction at one or more locations in the city. Pinwheels are a formation of 4 back-to-back fields that use space more efficiently. They would allow associations like ours to run tournaments, generating revenue for both our programs and the parks. Pinwheels also have the potential for more simplified field scheduling. So again, please dream big when it comes to medium and long-term improvements to existing facilities. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ryan. And then after that, and our final speaker is Anna Peterson.
Hi, my name is Ryan Atwell. I live at 280 Vincent Avenue North. I wear a few different hats. I am my wife and I, Anna, lead a friends group that's associated with the neighborhood associations in Bassett's Creek Park, and our volunteers put in hundreds of hours each year doing restoration, especially removing invasive species. And I wanted to speak on behalf of the Integrated Pest Management Plan. I'm also a professional PhD ecologist. A lot of my work is in restoration ecology, and I think that the use of the thoughtful and professionally oversighted use of herbicides is extremely important in natural resource management. Almost all of our neighboring municipalities use those things in natural areas as part of management. And invasive non-native species, noxious weeds, are a huge threat to biodiversity and aesthetic enjoyment of our parks. Things like buckthorn and garlic mustard present large threats. And while I personally try and avoid the use of heavy chemicals whenever I can, I think it's essential that we use them in thoughtful ways as needed by our local professionals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker is Anna Peterson. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Anna Peterson, the better half of this pair. Thank you, President and Commissioners. We live at 280 Vincent, which is in Bryn Mawr, and I'm also a PhD ecologist and bird biologist, and we co-coordinate 2 volunteer stewardship groups with MPRB, one in Bassett's Creek Park and one in North Theodore Worth Park. We spend hundreds of hours manually removing buckthorn. And as Ryan also commented, that we very much urge you to approve the Integrated Pest Management Plan because although it's definitely not perfect, Natural Resources has been without the ability to properly manage buckthorn in public spaces because they have not been able to use herbicides, and we know through a lot of data and research that herbicides can be appropriately applied, and it is one of the best tools to manage buckthorn, which is a major threat to our natural areas in Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now then close our open time, and we will go back to our discussion of the resolution. And Commissioner Musich, you are up.
Point of order, I believe the previous speaker has pending questions of Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, so you were asking questions about other places in the system where we find contamination.
Yes.
We do investigations across just about every project we start at. We do not always have the ability to choose parkland that's essentially untouched soil. Northeast Park was an industrial site. If you look at Bryan Square Park was a landfill. We deal with it often. The issue that you have that anyone would have in trying to identify the contamination across the site is that we do locations across the site sampling that are like pinpricks in a large area, and we oftentimes could miss things. Or in the case of what might be happening in Northeast is those contaminants, in this case glass, sometimes rubble, are actually forced upward in the wintertime by frost action. And we wouldn't know it until they actually surface after a couple of years on the surface. We're aware of the Northeast and are working, trying to find a solution for that.
Can I respond really? And I wasn't trying to be accusatory. It's just like that we don't know always what we don't know.
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, you're exactly right. We do our due diligence to try and understand what's going on with sites, and there are times when we just can't know. Thank you.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. We've been hearing from gardeners on this topic. I think it's a little over 3 years now. And from day one, I've really struggled to understand why Hennepin County would be interested in disrupting one of the few places in a very busy part of town where people can find respite from city life. I'm heartbroken that people are not going to be able to garden there this year. I know how much gardening helps me as a resident of the city to live in a city environment, and so I'm very heartened to hear that we're working to find ways for people to continue that activity, even if it can't occur in this location this year, and I thank you for that. My personal preference would be that we would postpone this agreement so that we can get to a place where we're respecting the value that this space is providing to the surrounding community. I don't know how we get to a place where you can have ADA access to the greenway while still preserving that character. So I guess I'd like to understand better how you think that would work without disrupting the garden space. So as you think about, should we move to postpone, as you think about bringing something back to us, that's something that I would really appreciate a full understanding of, should we move forward with any kind of agreement with the county. I'd also like to see something in there that acknowledges that this is a park. It is land I believe we own, and we have operated it in a park-like manner for park purposes since we took over control of that space. So any agreement that we have with them needs to really call that out and acknowledge that 4F should be applied in any future actions that the county takes in regard to this space. The other thing that I'd like to better understand is, and one speaker brought it up tonight, I know the county has received federal funds to do the work that they were proposing. Would the intention be to try to still utilize those funds as part of the work that we're talking about doing with garden restoration? Or would those be lost because we assume that it's going to take us too long to do the engagement and remediation work that we need to do? If you could help me understand that.
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, we seem to be getting a little bit of conflicting information about the timelines that the county has for their federal dollars. I spoke with the deputy administrator, who seemed to indicate that there is a possibility of an extension, and to the extent that there is some possibility that that grant could be extended, we'll try to accommodate them in our work. But as I noted when I kind of laid out our parameters, our goal is first and foremost getting the garden in a condition that is safe for gardening activities.
Okay. So we wouldn't be necessarily throwing away the grant if we were to postpone the consideration of this item to allow you to rework it to accommodate the things that we now know and are looking to do.
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, it might be a little more complicated than that, because I'm not sure that their funds would apply to a soil remediation activity.
Well, and I don't expect that it would apply to that, right? I assume we would be applying for MPCA grants and other monies that we would normally apply for when we find that we have contaminated soils under a space that we're trying to do a park plan.
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, you're right. And our first source would be the county's environmental remediation fund, which we've used consistently through the park board.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what I was asking about was to build a connection. Should we find a way to do that doesn't disrupt the character of this really important community asset?
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, when we take on this project, we will be taking on, as I noted in one of our parameters, that if there are other introductions into the garden, they will be brought back in a concept plan that you will approve, and they will not be, they'll be considered with the garden as the primary interest on this site. I don't know how things will lay out. We may find that it's not possible to do that, but we'll be bringing a recommendation back to you in a concept plan to be approved before we actually proceed with any actions on the site.
Okay, thank you for acknowledging that it may not be possible, because I don't know how it is, but I'm not a planner, so I guess I will wait and see, but thank you.
Vice President Benny.
Thank you, President Forney. So, I mean, I would think of this garden as actually a place. It's a place in and of itself and a destination. I mean, is that how it's reasonable to characterize it that way? And this is a bit of a rhetorical question, but I mean, I'm wondering if we can think of examples of places or communities that historically have been devastated by transportation projects and still to this day are experiencing that devastation in real ways. I mean, I can think of a few. The other thing is, can you explain something to me, or let me shed some light on something? You know, the whole corridor is owned by the county in some way. And we've been told a lot that the south side isn't available for any kind of access point. Can you talk about that a little bit more, and who sets that rule?
President Forney, Commissioner Benny, what we've been understanding for some time is that the south side of the corridor is reserved for a future transit project. It's the policy of the Hennepin County Regional Rail Authority. It's not our policy.
Yeah.
It's not really our job to challenge that. And we don't know if that project, if that initiative will ever happen in the corridor. But it is their current policy, and as we look at it, we would be abiding by the policy of the person who owns the entity that owns the land.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say that depending on what we vote on here tonight, I'm not saying that we would suggest it, but I'm saying I think that it's a little bit of a bait and switch. I think the county they have a policy that they're saying, oh, our hands are tied. We can't use this part of this corridor, all this land over here. We have to go through the garden. And I think that's kind of, those are made up terms. As far as I'm concerned, those aren't real considerations that I think really need to concern us. So I absolutely see many alternatives for making certainly any kind of a bicycle connection. And I'd also say that I think that one thing that does appeal to me, and I've heard that from the gardeners, I think the gardeners are interested in having some accessible planting beds and things like that, particularly I think on the top side, so that people of all abilities can also have access plots and things like that. So I do, as a destination, as a place, I believe in making the garden accessible. And so if we vote no on the resolution, I think I'm getting confused here, but if we vote no tonight on the resolution, what does that mean? What happens?
President Forney, Commissioner Benny, if the vote is no, we will continue on our path of working to get the soils remediated in the garden. It's, as I noted, it's our primary goal. All other things will happen as a result of what happens with the soil remediation.
The park board will continue to do that without the county partnership.
We are ready to pursue it on our own.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I would, I am going to be voting no on this, and would encourage my commissioner colleagues to not postpone this decision. It has been a painful process for the community, and it's taken a lot of my time as commissioner, meeting with community. It's been almost 3 years. So I am thrilled to see some kind of decision happen tonight. And I'm going to just briefly highlight why I won't be supporting it, primarily for two reasons. The design has been problematic from the beginning. And in thinking in terms of 4F guidelines, 4F language, which we're not able to use in this case, this project does create a detrimental impact to the garden and to those who use the garden. It removes the central gathering place. It creates unsafe situations for children who are running back and forth between the two sections of garden that are now split. It will likely bring snow removal equipment and salt long-term into the garden during winter maintenance, and it reduces the gardening plots. And it also is very unclear that Hennepin County understood our role as an elected body overseeing parkland around this project. For a couple reasons, they made an effort to go around the traditional 4F process. Secondly, the county did several presentations with city committees, but has not presented at all to the Board of Commissioners. And also, the commissioners were not informed of any public discussions or design reveal in the public to invite us or to participate in that discussion on their timetable, not our own. I am unclear if Hennepin County would be a good partner from the track record that we have seen the last 3 years. And so in conclusion, if Hennepin County were to determine in the next few weeks, in order to save funding, that we can retrofit the south side for a period of, let's say, 20 years, because we don't think transit's coming for 20 years, I would fully support still allocating the $370,000 that we have already allocated with the Whittier Alliance Board towards that ramp project. We are all for ADA access. We are all for improvements for accessibility. But I think there are times when our missions are different between organizations, and the city and the county are strong partners. We work closely with them. They're a strong supporter of us. We support them. But there are times when our missions conflict. And I think this is a time where we have a different priority than they do in this case. And so I would urge my commissioners to vote nay. And my last point I want to make is, can I have my second 3 minutes?
Oh, is it okay with the, okay, I've seen nods of approval.
Just one more minute here. I just want to say thank you to every single gardener, and please pass that on to everyone who is not here tonight. Your determination, your perseverance, and your commitment to your neighborhood's limited green space is inspiring, and it's what our park system is all about. And I believe that what your community has demonstrated in building community around green space, your activation, your commitment to one another, and bringing everyone along is a model for our city. And I am proud to be your commissioner, your park commissioner. So thank you.
Commissioner Upper?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I just want to understand what's before us tonight. So if we vote no on this, does that mean that we pursue the soil remediation and we cease to pursue any sort of agreement with Hennepin County, period, for this general location?
President Forney, Commissioner Alpert, for certain, what I can tell you is that we will be pursuing remediation. That is foremost our goal. If in going through the community engagement process, there are other opportunities for other introductions, we'll look at those and we'll present options back for consideration. We don't know where that will end up, and I'm not going to project tonight where the best solution is. But eventually there will be a concept plan brought back to the board for its approval before we go into any construction of any implementation of any solution. If there is, I think it's worth looking to see if there is a potential for an access, and we'll figure out how we would implement that at that time. But our primary goal is keeping the garden intact and whole.
If we vote no tonight, does this mean that potentially the park board, if the park board becomes the project implementer for the soil remediation plus some sort of redesigned park, would, and let's say, and Hennepin County is amenable to sharing these funds that they received with the park board, would we lose those funds if we vote no tonight?
President Forney, Commissioner Alper, I don't actually know the answer to that question. These are the county's funds, and I don't actually know what the terms of their agreement would be. That's something I can look at with the county staff and bring an answer back to you. I just don't know tonight.
Okay, so based on what you're saying, to me it seems not prudent. It seems irresponsible to vote no tonight. I would push us to vote to postpone on this topic. I think that makes the most sense because this is millions of dollars that could be used potentially. Over $1 million, right? At the site?
President Forney, Commissioner Alper, I don't actually know what it is, but I think it's about $1 million.
So we have a lot of unknowns here tonight, and for that reason, I would like to postpone. That's my opinion.
I believe next was Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. So if we were to vote no this evening, is there anything that stops the county from seeking to utilize eminent domain to implement an ADA ramp in this location over our strident objection?
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, I might actually defer to Council Rice.
Madam President, Commissioner Musich, that's a good question. A county condemning parkland.
They zone.
For a transit purpose.
For transit purposes.
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, I'll note, and Council Rice might remember, was actually before my time at the park board, but I believe there were strip takings at Meadowbrook Golf Course by the county as they did the Excelsior Boulevard project some number of years ago.
Madam Chair, yes, Assistant Superintendent Shorter is right, but we either consented to that taking.
We did.
Or we agreed with it. Generally, when the county has sought to take parkland, it's only occurred, we've worked out an arrangement with them. If they've threatened to do it, we've consented to the decree. We've not contested it. I think the argument here would be that I heard the debate. In my legal opinion, this is parkland. It is subject to 4F. I think based on that, we would have a good chance of defeating a county condemnation action if they decided to bring it. I'm not aware, has the county threatened condemnation on this? Have they given any notice or provided any?
Councilor Rice, they have not.
Excuse me, thank you. They would have to provide notice to us and give us an appraisal and other matters. That hasn't happened to my knowledge, and according to Mr. Shorter, it hasn't. So if the county were to pursue it based on a connection and a transportation issue, I think I would recommend the board vigorously oppose any condemnation action. And I guess I'd have to do some more research until I could give you an opinion about the likelihood of success.
Thank you for that additional information. I appreciate the district commissioner for sharing the direction she'd like to see us go. And that's all I got for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, President Forney. I'd also like to thank the district commissioner for her powerful words around the organizing action of the group that sits out in the audience right now. Because you guys have not really been audience members, you've been participants in this process, and that's really important for us elected officials because it helps us understand what's important to the community. However, there's also very important government work that has to be done. I'm concerned about the path because it's really not for bikes. It's ADA accessible. And the bikes would be the problem, and I think that we're even confused about what this is. The project was ill-fated. I do think that we should try to be partners with the county as much as we can, but I'm going to just end with sometimes we need to defend parkland. They don't even want to define it as a park, a community garden designated park area focused on education, food production, or training that serves a neighborhood population. That's our definition, at least it is in our urban agriculture plan. By voting no today and saying no postponement, and we say no, we defend parkland and we defend the definition of that space as parkland.
Thank you. Commissioner Olson?
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, it's very complex and complicated. Sorry, my computer just went to sleep and I had some questions on here. Complicated issue because, I mean, really we're deciding between, we've been kind of pitched this narrative that we have to decide between two very good and important things. I use the Greenway quite often. I see people on mobility devices on the Greenway quite often. It's an important mode of transportation for a lot of folks who have disabilities, but also clearly this is an amazing community space that needs to be preserved to a great extent. I will push back and, I disagree with some statements and I kind of see them as a bit hyperbolic that a 10-foot path is somehow this huge destructive monster that is displacing what we are seeing here. And as far as I know, a bike, whatever is used on our greenways have not caused to serious injuries or deaths on the greenway. It's kind of an issue that is not really an issue. So we can do both and we can do both well. And if we say that we are for access and ADA, and I know we all are, and we hear that the south side is untenable, which I'm not quite sure that that's the case, but I'm gonna have to err on the side of caution that indeed a Southside Path would put the nail in the coffin of a transit project that would reduce pollution, that would increase access, that would do all these other things. So I'm gonna have to err on the side that we can't go on the south side. And so these are both really good things. And so I think if we say no, what happens is we close the door on a good, important thing that is just and necessary. And so I too am gonna echo that we postpone and we get more information and we see how to pursue this. Because if we're going to be relying on county remediation funds, it would behoove us to work in a good cohesive partnership with them and finding a way forward. And I think we can better express to them, hey, the way you've approached this has not worked. Let's find a better way. And I think with our wonderful staff, we can find a way to enhance a garden park space, have ADA, and make sure that we're not losing any of the features that folks have come to really love. So I see there's more discussion, but when we are finished, I will be moving to postpone because I think that is the most prudent path forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you so much, President Forney. You guys may have seen my light go on and off and then on and off because I'm trying to decide should I weigh in, and I appreciate what everyone is saying. I really, Commissioner Schaefer's words really resonate with me, so thank you for sharing those. You know, sometimes our best laid plans, the ground moves beneath us when we wait too long. And just knowing how this community is changing and hearing now 2 meetings in a row from community members who speak Spanish. For those of you who've been living under a rock, whenever I am here, I say I teach at South, I teach Spanish speakers. It just heartens me all the more how much our community is changing and what an incredible space that is. And just to build community, as Commissioner Schaefer said, it just feels reflected back to me, that very thing. And I'm not saying that it is a difficult conversation. It is a difficult decision. My big question that I keep falling back on for myself as I'm sitting up here is, why have we had no engagement from the county? Why did they not do 4F that I'm understanding? We have been hearing from the moment I was sworn in from the Sioux Line Gardeners, but we haven't heard from the county, and that until this week. And that to me is a bit telling. Although there's a part of me that feels like postponing to get more information is a good idea, I also just really feel like the gardeners deserve an answer, and kicking the can on this doesn't feel right in my gut. So at this time, I would be voting no when we come to a vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Olson, if it's okay with you, I'd like to say a few words before.
Oh, sure.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how to say this, but as Commissioner Musich says, we've been hearing this for some 3 years. And I feel horrible, but I'm so delighted that we found some contaminated soils because it's finally bringing it to us. And that's been the frustrating thing, is that we've never been engaged in it. Yet we've been continually, engaged in it. And if I read this resolution correctly, we're not at the point of talking about a bike and pedestrian trail. We have to deal with the remediation. And if through the community process, this comes up, okay. So I just, like I say, I hate that something horrible has happened to bring us to this point. But I'm in favor of voting no on this because this isn't the conversation. The bike trail is not the trail. And ADA does not mean bike access. They're two different things. Anyway, it's just been very frustrating. I pride ourselves in our staff is so good in community engagement, which obviously Hennepin County hasn't done, and it's been incredibly frustrating. And I just, I want us to deal with our first imperative, which is dealing with the soils, dealing with, making sure that you have a proper place to do what makes you delighted, so happy. So anyway, I like to say I will be voting no on this. So Commissioner Olson.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, valid, but I also believe that the most prudent thing and our most available options, as stated by staff, is to postpone, and we can, move from there. So I will like to move to postpone the motion.
Second.
Okay, we've got a second on that. Any discussion on the item? Not seeing any. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Alper.
Yes, so I really wish this item had been pulled tonight, because I don't feel like the way it's written in a way to either say yes or say no. I think the information that's out there has changed since this was posted. I don't think it should have been on the agenda today. So that's why I want to postpone the item, because I don't think it reflects the reality of the situation, which is that there's serious contamination, that there'll be no 2024 gardening season, that the entire garden will need to be reconstructed. And that means everything, and it's devastating. And I feel so sad about that. And so I'm really, really sorry about that. And so therefore, I think there's no point in voting yay or nay. The resolution as written is irrelevant. And so that's why I would like to postpone, because that is what staff has recommended, because I trust our staff. Okay, that's why I'm voting to postpone. And I plan to vote yes, and I hope you will as well.
I believe Commissioner Menz next.
Thank you, President Forney. Commissioner Alper, I don't know if voting no for this resolution necessarily says, it doesn't have to say to the county or anything else that this issue is gone. It's that the resolution has sort of become moot in wary of knowledge. So we vote no to it, and the staff does the job and figures out what's the next forward. And we also end up saying to the county, this is parkland. We believe as park commissioners that this is parkland. At least that's the message that I would like to send. Not that we don't want to work with you. Not that there's not a collaborative relationship that's going to develop around this space. It should. And the gardeners need to be front and present as well. But it doesn't necessarily say to them, hey, because they've had an opportunity to engage with us, and we have not really had that happen. So I think we need to say that.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Forney. I would also just like to hear from staff, because if we vote no on this tonight, it doesn't preclude, after we do the soil remediations, having this conversation again. Is that correct? We're not saying no forever and always. I take back my diamond ring, or no?
Commissioner Forney, President Forney, Commissioner Thompson, I probably wouldn't put it like that, but correct. We're not saying no forever. I think what we want to do is, whether we would postpone this or not, we would be doing the same activities, looking to get the soils issues resolved and begin the deeper engagement with the gardeners to make certain we can put them in a new place for 2024, get them back in place in a good place, hopefully in 2025. And if there are other opportunities that we discover as we move through that path, we would bring them back to you.
Thank you. And then I have a question for my colleague, Commissioner Alper. Did you have a date that you wanted to postpone indefinitely until a staff recommendation? Or sorry, who moved it? I apologize. Sorry, Tom. Commissioner Olson. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I it would have been indefinite until, clearly this is a matter of urgency, and so I assume that we would have a decision before us that would be relevant and practical.
Yeah, quick. Thank you.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Parliamentarian Rice, are we able to postpone indefinitely, or do we have to declare a date? And would we be should the motion be changed to tabling in light of the fact that there is no date?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Musich, I have been looking at the rule. I think it's within the discretion of the board to do either. The preference would be that it be postponed to a definite time so the matter just doesn't wait out there and all of a sudden somebody tries to bring it up at another time in the future. But I think technically you could postpone something indefinitely as I read the rules.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Alper, did you again on second?
Yes, for a second time. Yeah, so I just want to say I think it would be irresponsible of us to potentially vote this down, and then with all the uncertainty that we have, it sounds like we have additional uncertainty that we might, this $1 million+ for an ADA access might go poof. And that is the main reason that I would like to try and find a path forward. Pardon the metaphor. You know, and I don't want this to cause uncertainty for our staff in working with Hennepin County to craft something that would go forward. So I think as it's written, it doesn't make sense to vote yay or to vote nay. I think the circumstances surrounding this whole thing have changed, but what I don't want to do is lose $1 million of federal funding. I mean, that's huge. We argue over $5,000 here. We do. I've made amendments that were for $5,000 and I had to do a change form. So $1 million is a big deal, and to lose it would be dumb.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, I agree that it is a large amount of money, but Commissioner Alper, if it's a bad plan to begin with, and the community has told us they don't want this design, we need to respect that. And we need to respect our role as commissioners and how we haven't been engaged in this process. And in fact, we don't know what the result of voting this down may be. Hennepin County, voting it down may force their hand to figure out how to use that money. I agree that they will try to hang on to it as long as they can, and we're hypothesizing here. But I think what we need to do is send a message to Hennepin County that we support the gardeners, we protect our parkland, and that we don't want a design right down the middle of the garden.
Vice President Abene.
Well, Commissioner Schaefer just made the point that I wanted to make, which I'll make anyway, and that is that is money that the county has acquired, and they can still spend that money. They may just need to pivot away from this location and find another alternative. And it's not us getting rid of the money. It's them having to be nimble and hopefully having developed other alternatives, especially knowing that there was such strong community pushback on this project and curious kind of analysis saying that it's not a park and 4F doesn't apply. So that's at their risk, and that's on them. So the other thing I'll say one more time is the south side. That's the south side of the trench. Even if it doesn't even have to preclude access from any kind of other transit in the future, this is absolutely a policy that the policymakers could change. If it's important and they want to spend this $1 million on an ADA access at that particular location, they can do it. Their board can take that up. This isn't a federal mandate of any kind, as far as I know. It's a board policy, so they can change that. And I'll just say, I worked at Hennepin County Transportation years and years ago. The Hennepin County Regional Rail Authority was very protective of their corridors, so it's sort of baked into everybody's mind. But they can also choose to not be. They can make that choice. So I really am interested in letting the gardeners move on. Move forward, and that this goes the park design becomes the purview of the park board. We're good at that. So I'm totally voting no. Thank you.
Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, so just a question for you, Michael. Is there any way that those funds, if we start working on it, that the $1 million that those funds can they in any way be transferred to a different governing body, or it's completely in Hennepin if they're no longer doing this specific project, those funds go away?
President Forney, Commissioner Olson, I'd be guessing, I think.
Okay.
But I think there is a way that a cooperative agreement could be crafted between two agencies to transfer money the other way, as opposed to just having, like right now, part of our agreement will be to enter into an agreement to transfer $370,000 of Parkland Education funds to the county for its purposes. I don't know why we couldn't look at a cooperative agreement that would have funds transferred the other way, but I don't know what the details of their grant entail.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, well, I just wanted to make, one little point. We keep hearing, that it's the community. This is what the community wants. This is what this community wants. Yes, it is. It's what this subsection of our overall community and constituents want. In the recent weeks that it has become kind of made aware to the broader public, I have gotten equal amounts of contacts asking for the ADA ramp as well. And so we had a very well-organized and mobilized group, but let's not, we have to recognize that there's more out there. There's more texture to opinions on this out there. And that's another reason to postpone and to leave as many doors open as possible. Because I'm seeing a lot of advocacy on both sides now that it's become kind of more public and broad. So anyway, that's the last thing I had to say.
Not seeing any other lights, then all those in favor.
Yep, the motion to postpone. Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, this is a motion to postpone the resolution 2024-54. All those in favor of postponement, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, I hear that it did not pass, and so on to the main motion. Not seeing any lights to that. All those in favor of 2024-54 signify by saying aye.
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 Oh, wait a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
We blew it.
I'd like to request a
Huge gap.
Secretary Ringgold, I'd like to request a roll call
Yeah,
vote, please.
okay, thank you. Okay, we will do a roll call, and once again, this is about having the agreement with Hennepin County.
Can we read the point of order? Can we read the resolution?
Yes, please.
One more time.
It's
Okay.
Resolution 2024-54, a resolution directing the superintendent to prepare a cooperative construction agreement with Hennepin County for design and construction of an accessible bike and pedestrian trail connection to the the Greenway, language, through the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board's Sioux Line Gardens site in South Minneapolis.
Okay, so that is it, and we're going to do a roll call. So Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Elper,
Abstain.
Commissioner Menz,
No.
Commissioner Musich,
No.
Commissioner Olson,
Abstain.
Commissioner Rucker,
No.
Commissioner Schaefer,
No.
Commissioner Thompson,
No.
Vice President DeBenny,
No.
President Forney.
No,
You have 7 noes, 2 abstain.
that resolution fails. Thank you all for coming. All right, so we will then, we will move on then to new business, and we have a study item about employee survey results. Thank you all. And I believe, excuse me, we're all a little bit overwhelmed. Okay, so we have our human resource trainer, Wendy, and Director May Brooks, I believe, are the people who are coming forward to us. Anyway, please come forward.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Wendy Mong, and I'm the HR trainer. I will be sharing the results of the 2023 employee survey. Okay, so the employee survey overview. The employee survey was open to staff from August 7th to August 25th of 2023. Data analysis was completed by Perceptics and presented to the executive team in September and to the broad leadership team and the organization in October. This slide shows the employee survey completion rate for 2023 and 2019. Only appointed certified full-time and part-time staff were invited to take part in the survey. Participation in the survey is optional but highly encouraged. This year, or I should say in 2023, a total of 631 staff were given the option of accessing the survey via an email link from Perceptics or a QR code that was shared with staff. 395 staff responded. In 2019, 592 staff were invited via an email link. 377 staff responded. For 2023, the average time increased by a few minutes. Perceptics included pop-up prompts that staff had to click before proceeding to the next page of the survey. In 2023, the survey had 15 categories as seen on your screen. There was a total of 50 questions. Responses were collected using a rating system. A 4 or 5 is identified as favorable, a 1 or 2 is considered unfavorable, while a score of 3 means the respondent is neutral, neither agreeing or disagreeing with a statement. Drivers of engagement are questions with the highest connection to the engagement index. The data indicated for these items can influence employees' recommendation for the organization to others and longevity in the organization. The questions identified by Perceptics as drivers of engagement and the engagement index are in the upcoming slides. Our engagement index is 76%. According to Perceptics, this is 3% lower than average. N here denotes the sample size, meaning the number of staff who responded to the survey. Engagement index is Perceptics' primary way of engaging staff responses to determine how staff feel about the organization. The engagement index is based on responses to 4 questions or statements. These statements are identified in the next slide. Here are the 4 questions Perceptics uses to determine MPRB's engagement index level. These statements are suggested by Perceptics as a measure of engagement. Here are the 15 categories listed by highest to lowest percentage. I'm going to pause a little bit so you can have a look at each slide. Here's a close-up of the top 3 categories from the category results list. Here's a close-up of the bottom 3 categories for the category results list. These are the key drivers of engagement for our business. These represent the greatest opportunity to engaging employees. The drivers of engagement were determined by comparing responses of highly engaged employees to those of less engaged employees and identifying the largest gap between the 2 groups. Listed are the top 5 scoring questions on your screen. Listed are the bottom 5 scoring questions on your screen. Here are the 3 board member questions asked in the 2023 and 2019 employee survey. And here are the results. So here are the responses to the questions from the broad leadership team at the time of the survey. A total of 65 staff responded. So what May has handed out to you right now is a breakdown of the results. The top result would be for 2023, and the bottom results is for 2019. Okay, post-survey next steps. Directors and their department staff are to identify 2 items they would like to work on based on their survey results. To protect confidentiality, Perceptics will not report results from a supervisor with less than 5 direct reports. In this case, directors will use the division results for action planning. Directors will submit an action planning report to the executive team in August. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow.
Any questions?
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Yes, commissioners. I'm sure lights were going to come on there. Okay, Vice President Abene.
Thank you, President Forney. You know, I stepped out just at the beginning. I just needed a quick break. So, but I have a quick question for you. Thank you for the presentation. So, did you say who is the group of people that are asked to take this survey? Is it only full-time
It's appointed, certified full-time and part-time staff.
and part-time? Does the part-time then exclude or include seasonal?
It does not include temporary. It does not include temporary.
Okay,
staff. Yeah.
thank you. That's my question.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Menz.
Yeah, I would have loved to have these ahead of time, but it's okay. So, what are we doing with these results? We're submitting action plans from each department, and then how are those action plans implemented or figured out? I mean, I actually have a couple of questions. So most surveys that I've done or seen, you don't put the neutral button because it forces people to go either way. So, like, how did we decide to have the neutral button, like the middle, like you do an even number? Because there's a lot of neutrality, which means that people are indifferent, or there could be some sort of worry or fear around their answers, even though they're private. And then also, you know, just I think as commissioners, we should really be looking at the questions and figuring out how that applies to us, because I'd like to know, you know, some of the more intricate reasons around why we're not communicating effectively, our business decisions, those types of things. So I also have an action plan in my head about this too. So is there anything else we're going to do with it?
Anybody wish to speak?
That's more for my colleagues than sorry, I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Wendy.
Wendy, thank you, Wendy.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes, I'm just wondering if is this the complete results of the survey, or are there other portions other things that you surveyed in this survey?
That's what you have in front of you are the results of the survey.
Of the whole thing?
Yes, in its entirety for 50 questions.
Great, thank you. And then I would love to get this. Is everything here the same as in the slide deck?
No.
Or do we have, no?
Yes, so the information there, everything is there.
Like the percentages, I don't see the percentages of the employees, et cetera. Anyway, if we could get the slide deck emailed, that would be
That
great.
would be lovely. Yeah, thank you. Good. I saw lights and then lights have flipped off. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. Were there any free-form response fields that accompanied the multiple choice responses that would perhaps provide a little bit of color behind why people were responding the way that they did?
So the only open-ended questions were staff got to decide on 3 words to describe the park board and how they feel about the park board.
Okay. And is there a summary of those words somewhere? I think we got a Wordle last time that showed us where we were seeing commonality amongst the
I can share that with you. Yes, I can prepare that and share that with you.
Okay, I think that might be helpful. Because with this sort of open-ended question, it becomes very difficult, particularly for us and the feedback around the board itself, right? I'm pleased to see that more people feel that the commissioners are modeling MPRP values. I would love to understand where they feel like we're not, so that we can try to work better on those things. I see that while we've seen a little bit of improvement, there's still problems with the way that we communicate with staff. I don't know if that means we are asking things that they feel are inappropriate for us to be asking, or if we're consuming too much of their time and they're unable to do their work, or what is it that is inappropriate about the way that we're working. And if people are comfortable enough to tell us that, I'd love to hear it. Personally, I think that would be helpful for me in terms of growth. And then around communicating our business decisions, right? I see there's some improvement there as well, although it's still not awesome. What would be helpful to staff for us to change about the way that we're communicating? So, yeah, I don't know how to be better if I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So, yeah, I think it would be helpful if we could get that kind of feedback. And since we don't have core teams that we'll be working with to identify an action plan about ourselves, I'm not sure how we go about working better with people. So if staff can give us some insight on how we can do that, particularly if you're hearing from your employees, perhaps directly on ways that we could be better, I would be interested in hearing that. So thank you.
Secretary Ringel or Deputy Superintendent Ringel? I'm not sure which.
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, thank you for that inquiry and request. So the folks who responded to the commissioner questions are folks that are part of our broad leadership team, which represents the supervisory level staff within our organization. So that they are kind of uniquely selected to be a part of those three questions because they're likely to be the ones who would have maybe the most interaction or the best knowledge of the commissioners and kind of how the commissioners are interacting with the organization. We are fortunate that we have that team meet on a quarterly basis. And so what we could do is at the next quarterly meeting, we could actually spend some time doing some focus group conversation with them to get some feedback for you. And if you're interested in doing some action planning about that, we can get that data to you.
I mean, I don't want to speak for the whole board, so I'd be curious to hear from my colleagues if that's something they're interested in doing.
Great. Commissioner Schaefer, I believe. Yes.
Yes. I partially got my answer partially answered, but I do think one of the things that would be interesting to ask that group of people is there's a high neutral section, almost 50% across the board. So maybe we don't have a lot of personality or something, I'm not sure, but I think that could be something to explore. Like, I would think if these are people that are interacting with commissioners, they would have an opinion one way or the other.
Commissioner Mintz?
Thank you, President Forney. So Secretary Ringgold, only certain people on the staff were given the specific board questions.
President Forney, Commissioner Menz, we actually had a little error in the administration of this survey. That's why it took us a little longer to get it out to all of you. We accidentally asked those questions of the whole organization. So then we had to go back and pull out the supervisor components of it. Actually, Perceptics did because we wouldn't know because it's anonymous. They have to do it from their side in order to be able to give you comparable data between the two data sets. So we actually happen to have the full data set as well as the supervisory component by accident.
Which one is this? The limited?
This is the smaller data set. This is the supervisory data set.
I would love to see the responses from the larger when we send it out by mistake. I mean, I think that what I'm saying is like our employees also look at us, not just the people who we directly work with all the time, that do the commissioners model MPRB values. I think that every person who is employed by MPRB should be able to answer that question about us because we should be, and I know that staff listen to these meetings, Steve Zimmer, and make sure that we're doing our jobs as commissioners. So I would really like to know commissioner communication is appropriate with staff on a broader level as well. Also, I think that we should really highlight here that in 2019 people were consistently
marking no, that commissioners don't do these things. And now that's harder for people to do. So, only 14% of people actually think that we don't model those values. I think that's a really positive thing that we should think. We should be in the neutral area for that. We should just do our jobs and do the values of MPRB. So I think that data actually shows well. But I think that this is really important. The employee survey is extremely valuable for us to figure out what's going on in an organization. As somebody who works in these spaces around goal setting with individuals, with students, with workers, this is really important work. I think that the strength of our staff is in the strength of how they feel about the organization, but also how they feel about their jobs. And sometimes I'm wondering about the generality of the questions, or really interested in what we do with the information and almost at a micro level. Like, what are departments doing to make sure that staff we're responding, or the supervisors, that making sure that this is truly a vehicle where employees and workers can give feedback to supervisors and people who, see over them. I think that for our organization, and from my communication with staff throughout the organization, which is consistent, how do we hold each other accountable at multiple levels? And this data like this can really help us understand that if we're willing to look at it and dig deep. So thank you, Wendy, for bringing it before us, but I hope that we're going really deep into how employees are feeling about their jobs, the positives, the negatives, and the things we really don't even want to think about. That's the data that we want, because that's how we get better. So thank you.
I'm not sure if I got the right order here, but I think it's Vice President, if any. I'm sorry.
Mine will be quick. I think I'm going to answer Commissioner Musich's question, or whatever. I would support, I guess, getting a little more feedback, specifically just because I feel competitive. I can see the 2019 numbers. We're already better, but I think we could do better. And I just will also say I work in a board-run organization, as I'm an employee at a board-run organization in the University of Minnesota, and I don't, I'm an engaged person, but I don't really watch the board meetings, the regions. So I think that it's maybe these questions too. I think if you looked at the other things, the reason the gaps might be narrower for, how you feel about your supervisor, that's really much more impactful to people in an organization, depending. So that could partially be it, but anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Forney. I am also kind of just answering Commissioner Musich's question. I would welcome feedback. I think it's really interesting. I was just saying this to someone a week ago. We all, at one point, some people have been on this board longer than others, but we all are just kind of community members who care, and you throw some things out there, and it's a very different thing to be someone campaigning for a position and then being in that position. And you realize, oh, shoot, if I say this thing and I'm campaigning, I can just lose and no big deal. But if I say this thing and I'm working with these people, now suddenly, I have to keep working. So it's a different skill set, for sure. And I would welcome just understanding a little bit better, especially when it comes to communication. It's hard to know what is right in that position. And then for me personally, I will state, being also someone who works for an organization that is run and is a big public utility, essentially, I know that staff like being the experts because they're the experts in that thing, and then the board comes in with guidance from the community. But so understanding those appropriate measures, I would welcome, so long as we still beat the 2019 numbers. Sorry.
Secretary Ringel.
President Forney, I will say, for those with a competitive spirit, we are intending to do this every 2 years. We got a little off during COVID, but we will be intending to do this every 2 years. So what you'd really be trying to drive to is those 2025 results. And that's what staff are driving toward as well. So.
Thank you for the presentation, Wendy. If you could go back, though, to the slide that, what was it, the least desirable or the least something or other, I can't remember what it was and everything. The bottom categories, yes, the board member questions. I'm not sure what that means. And I guess that's, once again, about clarity and everything is, are questions too vague, too many, things like that? That would be very helpful to know. Obviously, we're being scored here, and so of course that's important to us. But one of the things that to me always intrigues me is that we call ourselves the park board. To me, it's the park system. And so when it says pride in the park board, once again, are we talking about the board or are we talking about the system? And I would love that, that percentages, that it's for the 9 of us up here, but I somehow don't think that's what they were rating us on. Or is that true?
So pride in the park board would be the system.
The greater. Okay, thank you. I just, like I say, I always try to make that distinction to people. The system is not the 9 of us. Anyway, but yeah, I think a little more clarity would be wonderful, productive for not only the 9 of us, but also to have a better depth and understanding of where the employees are. And yes, I too am competitive, so. Oh, excuse me, yes, Secretary Ringolian.
President Forney, Commissioners, just for clarity, the percentages that you see on this slide and the others are the favorability. So it's the percent of the questions that were in that 5 and 4 range. Wendy, correct me if I'm wrong there. And so these are the composites of, for example, all 3 of the commissioner questions. The favorability rating is 23.
Thank you for the clarity. Appreciate that. I'm not seeing any other lights, so I believe then we will go to petitions and communications. Once again, I cannot remember which end I ended up with, but it's okay. Commissioner Alper.
Pass.
Commissioner Olson.
Pass.
Commissioner Rucker.
Pass.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. There are a couple of components of the Minnehaha Creek Master Plan that are starting to be implemented in my district. And for the at-large commissioners, I just wanted to give you a heads up that that is happening. We're removing 3 dilapidated tennis courts. One of them is being replaced with a bike skills park, another with clay courts that we approved as a board recently. And then the third one is not being replaced with like a physical amenity. It's being replaced with a pollinator lawn because there's not room for additional infrastructure in that location due to flooding issues and erosion of the creek bank. So that's underway, and if you get questions, the park planner is an amazing resource, but I'm also happy to answer questions and help provide context around why we made those planning decisions if you have questions. So yeah, I'm here for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Yeah, I would just like to say a massive shout out to the South High basketball team for making the state tournament, playing in it for the first time in over 30 years. So I was a little late. Per that same thing, we had an amazing event on the north side where President Forney joined me along with Deputy Superintendent Jennifer Ringgold, where we got a new scoreboard given to us by the Big Ten at Farview Park. And it was a really lovely event. And just it's been a week of basketball for me. And I just, as a reminder of the softball families that came, and I was talking about, it's a big deal when our kids do better and our schools do better, our community does better. That's just, to me, that's just foundational truth. So very, very grateful for all the events of the week. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Menz.
Thank you. One thing I wanted to say, so the work of the TAC that we approved a year or so ago is coming to a close or close to a close. So tomorrow is the final Diamond Sports TAC. I'm hoping that they may include a couple of more meetings and then maybe continue the first TAC, but in a more limited form. I won't be able to attend the meeting, and I was hoping to have a commissioner there just because I think it's going to be a really good discussion. As you saw, the 612 folks came with a recommendation, and staff also has a recommendation around what we should do, and staff's recommendation is really solid. But I'm trying to work with the community like that. This is a process. We need all the information, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to get to some really new steps in this discussion with facilities and fields. So please keep an eye on that. And I'm not sure if, I think Commissioner Thompson said she might be able to attend, because a lot of the work that was done by the TAC was driven by the softball Thompson amendment that they referenced. And, there is more work to be done on diamonds, but that has been really paramount, and people are feeling motivated, but we might need some sort of collaborative nature. So just kind of keep your eye on that. But thank you to the staff that provided a really foundational document that'll help move that work forward and be useful in future identity. See you.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, President Forney. I just want to mention that I had an opportunity to testify at the Senate committee meeting yesterday for this legacy funding, arts and culture, with Senator Dibble and Mary Bugeaud, of the chair of the Burger Task Force, and Dave Heil, the Friends of Loring Park president. And they have a kitty of about $6 million, and so our request will probably not be fully vetted or fully accepted, but I do anticipate from the reaction of the committee members that we will get something, so I'm really excited about that. Chair Herr made the comment, we have to support the fountain. So, I think there was really some good interest and kind of a new project for them to think about. So I'm optimistic.
Thank you. I'm going to go, actually, Secretary Ringel.
Thank you, President Forney, for recognizing me during P's and C's. First of all, I want to remind commissioners that I will be gone at the April 3rd meeting, and I want to thank May Brooks for being willing to step in and be the board secretary and also being here with me tonight. So just a reminder, and at this point, I know one commissioner is also planning on not being here on the 3rd. If there are any more commissioners who aren't going to be here on the 3rd, please let me know after this meeting. I'm trying to make sure we have a six-member board at a minimum that night.
Thank you for those reminders, Vice President Abeni.
Thank you, President Forney. Last Sunday or Saturday, I went to a pancake breakfast that was at Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Park, and it was essentially put on by the park in the neighborhood. But the pièce de résistance was maple syrup that the community boiled down from trees in the park. And I have to say, it was so delicious. Even though we were eating outside, I don't know why we have to eat outside when it's really, really cold. What are we, Minnesotans? But anyway, it sounds like, so Steve Brandt, he's actually on the Board of Estimate and Taxation. He lives in Kingfield neighborhood, and he's been around a long time. But he's one of the big push behind this and getting this happening. And the parks are on board and doing it. And so it sounds like next year they're trying to expand to maybe East Phillips Park to do this, which is very exciting. So thank you to the park board as an organization for being creative and responding to these sorts of things that the community asks for, because it's a really unique opportunity. And remember, I'm saying nice things about the staff, and I'm not trying to, work on my 2025 numbers just yet, but maybe. That's it.
Thank you. Just a reminder also, Commissioner Musich reminded me that, please, we need to talk into the microphone, but not into the microphone. So I had the pleasure of going to, let me get it right, the Metro Parks Pizza Party of both the Senate and of the House. And to me, probably the thing that I took away was at the House convening is that the host, I guess, anyway, Representative Lilly, made a shout out and he said, who's the organization or whatever that did the World Cup? And it was such an aha to me that, yeah, this was not just, us. This was a regional thing. This was a state thing. And the fact that he shouted it out, and of course, our wonderful historian, attorney, lobbyist, whatever, basically, indicated that it was vis-a-vis, the funding from the state and everything that really started that momentum to be able to have the World Cup here. So be proud, gang, really, of what was accomplished there and everything. And so to thank our lobbyist, historian, attorney, and everything like that, I'd like to wish him happy birthday on Friday, and I believe it's his 67th. So anyway, happy birthday. So on that, I will recess the board here at 7:24, and we will move on then to, what are we on to? Adjourn the board. Did I say recess? I apologize. Anyway, move on to then to operations and environment.
The time being 7:25 p.m., I'd like to call to order the Operations and Environment Committee. Secretary Ringgold, could you please take the roll?
Commissioner Benny.
Here.
Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Vice Chair Alper.
Here.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful, thank you. Could I please get a motion to approve our agenda?
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We have an agenda. We do have some meeting minutes from March 6th. Could I get someone to move those, please?
So moved.
Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of adopting the meeting minutes as written, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We've adopted our minutes. This evening, we have one action item in front of us. It's Resolution 2024-60, a resolution adopting the revised Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Integrated Pest Management Policy. I don't know where my mic is going. I'll move it farther away. Maybe that'll help. Could I get someone to move this resolution, please?
I'll move Resolution 2024-60, a resolution adopting the revised Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Integrated Pest Management Policy.
Wonderful. And this evening, we are joined by Assistant Superintendent Jeremy Barrick and Kate Ryan, our horticulture supervisor. I believe you have a presentation for us.
Correct, and good evening, Chair Musich and Commissioners. Yeah, I just wanted to briefly kick us off, then I'll turn this over to Kate, who's been leading this charge. You'll recall in the background there, it outlines that in 2018, we really embarked on this mission to update our pesticide practices, and the last time this board adopted an IPM policy was in 2008. And so in 2019, we engaged a pesticide technical advisory committee that landed in a direction from this board to begin to revise the IPM policy. We did a community engagement process, and we are here now tonight to give you the updated draft and ask for an action to move forward to full board to adopt it in advance of the season. I should also mention that in the P's and C's this evening was an annual report on the IPM, and so that is something that we began doing, I believe, back in 2019. The board asked that we prepare an annual report on our integrated pest management practices. Kate and her team have just done an incredible job of every year capturing more and more stuff and explaining our process and procedures and tracking and able to demonstrate progress we're making. So we're also joined here by Director Evenson. The horticulture program does fall within asset management. And then I will turn it over to Kate to have her walk us through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Welcome, Kate.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm here to talk to you guys today about our integrated pest management policy update. So before I get started, just a refresher on what integrated pest management is. It's often referred to as IPM, and it's a strategy on how we manage our pests in our landscapes. And it really emphasizes keeping pests from becoming a problem, using science-based guidelines or thresholds to determine when we need to manage pests, using a variety of science-based pest management options, and really focusing on minimizing human health, environmental, and economic risk when making decisions around pest management. It's essentially the middle ground between doing nothing and doing everything. And it really helps us find that middle ground when we're looking at our parkland. So why do we care about it? And we care about it because it's rooted in our mission to preserve and protect our natural resources, parkland, and recreational opportunities. We have a lot of different values we hold in our parkland, and this is a way to protect those assets. It's important to understand when we think about IPM strategy that an IPM policy is not a prescriptive plan on how to address each pest we encounter. Rather, it's an effective and environmentally sensitive approach that relies on a combination of common sense practices that must be uniquely applied to each of our park landscapes and each setting, time of the year. There's a lot of factors to go into the decision, so it is not prescriptive. And we really rely on setting thresholds that set the limit for acceptable damage. So when a threshold is observed to be exceeded, that's when we trigger action to take place. And there's kind of 4 essential actions we can take. And if we kind of think about these actions as a 90s food pyramid, cultural actions are going to be like our bread and our pasta. These are our carbs. And these are things that are the bulk of our work. This is what we're doing to keep things from becoming a problem day to day. So whether that's right plant, right place, mulching, site prep, deciding what height to mow the grass, all of these affect pest control in our parks. And we do so many of these things without thinking that we're managing pests by doing it. A lot of it, we're doing it just because we know it's the right thing to do, or it's just what you always do this time of the year. What we think of more often is mechanical controls, and these can be done through equipment, mechanically or manually by hand, whether that's mowing, cutting, pulling, picking, tilling. All of these fall into here, and this is a really popular one. This is a great one where we use volunteers, staff, youth employees. They all contribute to mechanical controls. Next up is biological, and this is when we use nature and things that exist to help us combat pests. So I think of it as the 3 Ps: predation, parasitic, and pathogens. A lot of these already exist if you think about natural systems in our ecosystem, but we also might introduce them to help us combat a pest problem, such as when we introduce a biological control like purple loosestrife beetle to control purple loosestrife. The photo on there is winsome fly laying its eggs on a Japanese beetle, helps us control Japanese beetle populations. So sometimes we take these naturally occurring things and introduce them where we want help. And then lastly, the top is chemical, and this is kind of the cherry on top, used very sparsely in a big pyramid of other actions. And this includes both organic and synthetic chemical applications. And those might include herbicides to control plants, insecticides to control insects, fungicides to control fungal diseases, and even repellents like liquid fence that you might spray on your tulips this time of the year to keep the deer from browsing. That would also fall in this category. So where we're at in the process of updating this policy. As Jeremy mentioned, our last update was in 2008. In 2021, we saw the resolution directing our path forward. In 2022, staff drafted a policy update. Last year in 2023, the draft was shared for public comment, and now here we are in 2024 presenting you a final draft in the committee. So part of that public policy is a community engagement process. So this included a 45-day public comment period. It resulted in 26 unique comments. These comments weren't treated as votes on the policy, but rather provided feedback to the staff to base their edits on. And then staff reviewed each public comment and responded. So when we think about the comments we received, the staff focused on the following edits. We updated and had clear language around the term thresholds. There's some updates on what is a pest language, also the small mammals in the garden section. We updated the no pesticide zone language, and we also updated language around organics and the term organics. We also got some really great feedback through our public comment policy that we feel like is very worthwhile, but we're not prepared at this time to operationalize it. So we also flagged comments as action items to explore between now and the next revision of this policy and document to determine what it would take to incorporate them. Some of these examples are buckthorn. People are very interested in buckthorn management or more of a specific policy on it. We have definitely interest in around updating the detail around rodenticides, specific mosquito control information, specific language around neonicotinoids, or neonics as they're often called, and then also improving language around our riparian zones, shorelines. The big changes in this policy is we went from an 8-page document in 2008 to a 70-plus page document in the current draft form. There's a lot of updates and changes, and they were really focused on being more inclusive of our current operation, more reflective of that, including all of our current work groups, which were not in the current 08 policy. We had added this whole section on operations manual content, so not only is it a policy, there's also much more extensive look into how we operationalize a policy. We updated a lot of thresholds, and a lot of language changed in the last 16 years. Really, our goal by updating the policy is improve transparency, increasing public education around how we manage pests in our parks. People care, they want to know more about it, and we're trying to provide them an insight. And we need to understand that there's future. IPM policy is not stagnant, it's always changing, and it's really rooted in the understanding that change is inevitable. This policy won't be good in 16 years, it will need to be revised. But we are taking a policy 16 years ahead from the last revision, and so we are really aiming to ensure that this gap in the revision frequency is reduced to maybe about 3 years going forward. Increased revision cycles will ensure staff are able to lower the lift associated with major revisions, and we are able to incorporate current trends, research, and products in real time. So next steps. The approval of the policy allows staff to enter the 2024 season with clear direction. That season is upon us now. Meanwhile, staff will continue to provide the annual IPM report to the board to provide follow-up on how the policy is operationalized, and we also can begin to explore the public comments that were noted for future revisions to determine feasibility of implementation. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Kate. I appreciate it. Do any of my colleagues on the committee have questions? Commissioner Menz.
Yes, I do have a question about the rodenticides and how they're used and when they're used. So I know there's been push to eliminate them completely from our usage, and that those are views that have been with us for a long time. But I couldn't really find what our process was once a rodent is identified in a building. Like, what is the first step that call a company and get it out, or are there less intrusive measures that we're using primarily?
You feel more equipped to answer than I? Okay. To my knowledge, and I don't focus on this, but we have a contract with a specific vendor that handles all of our pest management in our buildings, and they are the ones that determine the best steps of controlling the pests in those buildings.
Okay, and so we don't have any oversight of their use of those chemicals as they're treating those buildings?
They would have to follow local laws and ordinances, just like we would on handling pesticide products, and be licensed accordingly.
Okay, so I guess my question is, if someone calls from the rec center and says there was a mouse in the lobby, what happens?
That question I can't answer. Yeah, we would call the contractor, but specifically what their action would be, that's the part I can't answer.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get to, and wondering if the policy, and maybe there's an amendment that we could make that would make it so that it's not directly, like, first action is rodenticide first. And I know that we do that with other parts of our parks and how we manage. So I'm just wondering if there's any way for this policy to reflect some sort of more control over how much is used, not necessarily to state, but to our standards. I think that there's a good history here where, on the golf courses, I heard, and maybe we should mention this or toot our own horn, that, we reduced 86% of pesticide use on golf courses a few years ago based on, community input and management of staff. So I'm trying to figure out a way forward to give you the tools that we need, but also feel comfortable that there are some regulations in place as to how we or companies that we partner with modify their usage of those killers.
I think perhaps a clarifying question to ask at this point would be, does our policy apply to people that we contract to do business on parklands?
Yes, our IPM policy would cover both staff, contractors, volunteers, anyone that's doing management of pest control in our parks.
Okay, so if we call our contractor and we say, we have rodents in this building, we're expecting them to look at manual control, I forget what the whole chart was, environmental conditions. So they would look and see, okay, yes, you do have holes in the building. You should try addressing that before we would get to a step where they would perhaps say, we've addressed the holes, but you still have rodents. You now need to do X. We would ask them to go through those steps before using a chemical control.
Chair Musich, correct. That would be part of the best practice. We do all sorts of trimming of branches to keep them from entering an eave of a building or patching holes in the building. That is a very common established best practice.
Okay, does that help answer your question a little bit better, Commissioner Menz? Okay, I'm seeing a nod. Commissioner Schaefer.
I got to tell you, I think this slide report was the most exciting one I've seen. I mean, kind of got the creepy crawlies, but no, really, thank you. It was really exciting, and thank you for all the work on this report. And I know it's had a lot of interest within the community, and so it's really nice to get clarity. A couple just simple questions. Is there any reason to include jumping worms? I know we don't have a policy to eradicate them, obviously, but was there any thought process including them or not including them as a threat?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Schaefer, nothing's not included because the policy is not prescriptive. We don't need to name the pest because we might have a pest come up that we've never met before, so it won't be named in the document. I can share that jumping worms are getting a new regulation from the DNR. I believe it starts July 1st this year. That new regulation won't impact our work on parkland. We're already ahead of it, but it will have some new laws going into effect that will help maybe lessen the spread.
Great, thank you. And then can you speak to the mechanical harvester? You know, last week we heard from Bar Engineering that it really is contributing to an increase in milfoil within the places that it's used. They would not recommend it after any kind of alum treatment. Can you speak to, you know, obviously we need to be able to have our sail lanes. We need to be able to have the kayaks get from, you know, the pavilion over to Cedar Lake. And so I understand the usage, but I also don't want to mask to the community the state that our lakes are in. And pushing us to really get management plans across the board. So I guess I'd like to kind of understand how you as staff are viewing that and what the road forward looks like.
Chair Musich, Commissioner Schaefer, I'll try to field that one. The weed harvester is managed out of the environmental management group. And so Deb Pilger and her team, there are maps for each lake. It's regulated by the DNR. We obtain a permit. And to your point, right on, we operate that for recreational purposes. And so did catch that last month in the bar report, and that's something for us to think about as we go forward on the effects of the harvesting. It is somewhat of a challenge for us every year and dependent upon staffing levels in order to operate the machine because it takes 2 mobile equipment operators. And so if we are successful in recruiting seasonal MEOs and we have enough staff, we can kind of run that 5 days a week, one person driving the boat and one hauling the cut material. So it's an interesting program in the sense that if we stopped, we know that we would probably lose some of the recreational ability of the lakes, whether it's swimming or the sail lines. So I don't know if that helps entirely or not, but.
Well, I just think it points to the condition of our lakes. You know, how long have we been using the harvester?
I don't know off the top of my head. It goes a ways back. I know there's stories of it sinking in like the 80s. It's been around. I think there's a picture somewhere around the building of the first one.
I'm just trying to get a sense if we began using it before some of this research that came out about how it exacerbates the problem, you know? exacerbates, that's right.
I don't know for sure, but I'd venture to guess yes. Like research coming out now suggesting that it has an impact we didn't anticipate.
Well, I mean, I guess I would like us as a Board of Commissioners to kind of mull on that and think about, as, you know, respecting staff's direction, obviously. But our lakes are in crisis, right? And I think not mowing for a season, we would hear that it's time for lake management plans across the board in our chain of lakes. And I think if people truly understood why we did it, it's for the health of the lake. I think we could really, I think it'd be really exciting. And I don't think we want to, you know, put our head under a rock, so to speak, about it. But I'm also understanding that this is something that may take time. So I'm just, you know, respectful of what we think we need to do here. But I don't know if maybe we need to have some additional language in that section in the report that may. I mean, I noticed the tagline there. Yeah. So anyway, thoughts.
Sounds to me like it's something you want to take away for consideration for additional updates as we better understand that particular situation.
Correct. Yep.
So I'm hoping someone's taking notes besides me. Great. Thank you. Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, Chair Musich. I was going to move a couple of amendments, but I wonder if it should wait till maybe the other parts of the discussion and a couple more lights came on. I can start
if you'd like to hold those for now, and I will let Commissioner Menz speak for a second time, and then Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I was making a connection to, thank you, Commissioner Musich. Chair Musich. I was making a connection to Commissioner Schaefer around the field usage and how that public education piece is really helpful. I think that explaining why our fields have a few weeds, or even more because we're not managing it with pesticides, I think that direction is really helpful with spaces where we may need to use those chemicals, because I know that's something that the community would get behind if they noticed that, and there was a little signage.
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, I just had one more question. In related to the public comments around buckthorn policy or invasive policy, do you see those policies developed underneath or within or to the side of this policy?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Schaefer, having a specific policy about a specific plant would really not align with IPM, because that would become prescriptive. We certainly could add more language around it, and we need to learn a little bit more about what the goal of a buckthorn plan or policy, whatever we'd want to call it, would really look like, and what our ultimate goal would be before determining that. We certainly could include language about it, but having a very specific prescriptive plan for a specific pest would not align with IPM.
Great, thank you, that's very helpful. And then I guess I would just say two more sentences. I would be very supportive of this policy happening sooner than later, particularly because the number of volunteers that are all over the system doing this work that, you know, Natural Resources is working with, and they're, you know, everybody's kind of doing their own thing, and it's a lot to manage. And so I think the impact of a strong policy would be felt in two ways. One is immediately with the volunteers feeling like it's a high priority from staff and really getting more direction on what we should do. And then secondly, I believe it's going to send a strong message to our funding requests at the state and other levels, because when we ask for restoration dollars of significant numbers, and we don't have a policy that they can turn to about how are you going to get rid of the invasives before you restore. You know, you usually have a little piece in there about, yeah, we'll get the invasives out of there. But if we don't have a policy that we can show them and say, this is what we're working from, I think it hurts us in those requests, because, you know, we don't have a maintenance, well, usually they have maintenance plans, but I just think it lends greater credibility to our restoration funding requests. That was it. Thanks.
So I guess I have a clarifying question on that. In the requests I've seen in the past, we've put forward what our plan is to clear the areas that we're proposing to invest restoration dollars in of invasive species. Am I misremembering that?
Chair Musich, so our natural resources staff manages about 400 of the 1,200 acres of natural areas as managed natural areas, and those all have a plan in place that you can find, our natural managed area plan.
Yep.
Also, there is some legal requirement around invasive species, or referred to as noxious weeds, here in the state of Minnesota. So buckthorn does have a legal standing. It is listed on the noxious weed law. They update that list every 3 years as a systematic research-based update. So our plan, our IPM policy supports those legal regulations as they change. So right now, buckthorn specifically is listed as a restricted noxious weed, which holds a certain standard. And then different plants might have different standards, and they might move up or down the list throughout the years. So we kind of rely on that to tell us what action, what plants we should be focusing on, particularly when we're looking at managing our landscapes. And because buckthorn is so widespread, the ability to eradicate is not realistic. And rather more, we look at our managed natural area plans of where we can make the biggest impacts and where we can sustain that work.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Benny.
Thank you, Chair Musich. I first want to say thank you for the presentation. And, you know, every part of the presentation, your follow-up questions. I mean, I've never met you before or anything, but I appreciate the work that you put into this. And I appreciate, it was a strong presentation. I just want to say that. Thank you very much. So I did have a few amendments, and they were submitted, and everybody saw them. And so I would, if it works for the chair, I'd like to move them one by one.
Okay.
Okay. So the first amendment is to revise the revised Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Integrated Pest Management Policy and Operations Manual to include the full first paragraph of the MPRB mission on page 4 as follows. And I won't read it, but it's the first paragraph up there. And what this would do is then strike the shortened version, which is you know, about half of that. I would like to move that amendment.
Okay. We don't need a second.
Yep, don't need a second.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any lights on. Did you want to speak to?
I can speak to it briefly. I think that there's that mission statement is incredible as far as I'm concerned in that first paragraph. I really, I love it that we have, we've put people, plants, and wildlife on a level playing field. And so integrated pest management is here to protect all of those things. And, you know, we protect people in a way that's, we prioritize it in a lot of ways, but we also do protect wildlife and plants, and I think that's a great thing. So that's kind of the thinking behind that.
All right, seeing no other lights, are you fine with us taking votes as
Yes.
come up? All right, lovely.
I think that makes sense.
Great. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That amendment carries.
Great. Okay, the second amendment, amendment number 2, revise the revised Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Integrated Pest Management Policy and Operations Manual for specific pest management guidance in Section 3 for Roberts Bird Sanctuary, similar to the special guidance for Lindale Rose Garden and Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden and Bird Sanctuary. The guidance should consider the unique nature of Roberts Bird Sanctuary, including limiting pesticide treatments during nesting and migration seasons to the extent practicable. Second.
Not seeing any lights. I did receive an email from Assistant Superintendent Barrick on this particular amendment. I believe Commissioner Benny did as well. And at this time, staff has noted that they would need to understand better and research the impacts that this might cause to the ability to implement the IPM policy as written. So at this time, I would advise my colleagues not to advance this particular resolution. and instead give staff time to do that research so that they can tell us specifically what impacts it would have for their ability to manage the bird sanctuary utilizing the policy as written. Commissioner Menz.
Just point of order, you meant amendment, not the resolution.
Just
Yeah.
this amendment.
Just this
Yes, and then that would give them the time between now and our next meeting to be able to tell us what impact this resolution would have on our ability to do to be able to execute the policy as written. Commissioner Benny.
Thank you. I think I have a couple of questions.
We can't hear you.
I have a couple of questions, and I looked at section 3, in the table of contents and so on. So under the current draft, referring to section 3, table of contents, would Roberts Bird Sanctuary under the current draft be considered a natural area or something else?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Benny, it is considered a managed natural area to my knowledge. Yes.
Okay, so there's in the table of contents, it's natural areas, and then there are two categories, managed natural areas and park stewardship program. So that's kind of what I thought, because I didn't see it other places. Also in the amendment that I put forward, I'm noting that there are, in this section 3, there's all kinds of places in specific language or in type. So dog parks are listed, playgrounds and so on. But then there are the two areas, Lindale Park Rose Garden and the Eloise Butler Wildflower Garden and Bird Sanctuary. Those are specific areas that are called out. Would there be at least some special consideration related to pest management in an area where we are actively cultivating bird habitat that's different from other natural areas or managed natural areas? Is there something there?
Chair Musich, Commissioner Benny, that area is treated as a managed natural area. It has a robust stewardship group that helps carry that out and carry the work out there, and they partner with our natural resources staff. But it doesn't have necessarily a differentiated thing because it's a bird sanctuary, much similar to Eloise Butler, the bird sanctuary being attached to a formal garden. And I think often you'll see the Roberts Bird Sanctuary tied to Lindale Park as a park feature rather than being listed as a separate area, and that's just matches the language that's on our website.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that seems like what's happening. I guess I'm trying to make the case that says that an area where we're trying to cultivate bird habitat is a little bit different. It's just a little bit different. We have dog parks on the list, for example, for a reason. So I'm just throwing that on the table as some of the thinking why it might not need 7 paragraphs like the Eloise Butler piece. I think that has multiple layers because of the formal gardens and so on. But it might need just 1 paragraph. And again, I really respect the idea that this is not meant to be prescriptive, but it might need just a little bit more consideration is kind of what the thinking is here. So that's something I wanted to say about it before we would talk about any other postponement or anything like that.
Commissioner Schaefer.
I have a question. So if we postponed it till next week, then we'd have to postpone voting on the whole plan until maybe another 2 weeks later, because they'd have to write it.
Early.
So I think what I'm proposing is that either the motion maker withdraw this motion at this time and bring it forward at the full board when staff is prepared to respond to the impacts it would have on the ability to execute the policy, or that you make the motion now and we vote on it, and maybe at the full board we would have to reverse out the amendment. I just feel like it's better policymaking to not proceed with something we don't understand what the impacts would be.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't catch you, but so we would or would not?
Well, I would
suggest
that we would vote.
It would delay the vote then another 2 weeks for the full?
I would, as chair, I think we should proceed with voting on the policy as written and whatever amendments pass committee this evening. And then on the ones, there are quite a few of the 6 that have this problem where we don't actually understand the full impacts of what the amendment would do to staff's ability to do their work. That we wait on those pieces till we know what the impacts would be. So either defeat them in committee or have the motion maker withdraw. And that's up to the motion maker if she wants us to try to vote on it in committee or wait until the full board when we have the ability to have our questions answered. Commissioner?
Thank you. I still don't know if we would, so if it passed next week, we would hold off on passing the whole IPM policy.
No.
If this amendment passed, so that they had a chance to write it and then bring it back.
So my intention would be that whatever comes out of committee tonight would be presented to the full board for a vote at our next meeting. And if there are, at that point, we will have a better knowledge of what the impact of those resolutions would be, and we can make those resolutions or make those amendments at that time. If we feel that they're appropriate to make or that they're not going to impede our ability to execute the policy in a consistent manner. So we would still vote on it at the full board, and the motion maker could bring the resolution at that time when staff has had time to think about what the impacts of what's being proposed would be, so that we can be informed about what they would be as we're making that decision. Right now, they can't do that because they've had 2 days to think about it, and that's really not enough time for them to be able to answer the questions. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, Chair Musich. Are there other amendments that fall into this category of staff needing a little bit more time to sort of assess? Because there is another amendment that was not, that I have to this, that I would prefer not to do it during committee, but maybe send to the staff as part of consideration.
I'd prefer to take these one by one and address that, but I have an idea for that as well.
Yeah, so there are others. Amendment 2, Amendment 3, Amendment 5, and Amendment 6 all have feedback from staff. So we can do them one at a time, but in this one in particular, they can't tell us what impacts it would have. They also noted that there's portions of Amendment 2 that contradict Amendment 3.
Yep. I think these need to come forward one by one so we can at least discuss them, or I won't, there are some that I wasn't going to put through.
Okay,
so,
very good.
So I think what I'm hearing is that you would ask that I withdraw this Amendment 2, and what I was going to say is that if I do that, I would also hope we look at Amendment 3, which I won't read, but just at least look at that. I'm not saying incorporate it, or just find a reason why that might not be a workable solution. But I think I would be happy to withdraw this amendment now, knowing that I would maybe bring something like this back forward to the full board. Okay?
Okay, so understanding that, I would ask the staff to be prepared to speak to this at the next meeting, and in the meantime, perhaps work with Commissioner Benny on language around the proposed amendments that would allow you to do your work, but that also can recognize the unique nature of the space in question. And I'm getting nods.
Yes.
So
I will withdraw Amendment 2.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, moving on.
And I'm not going to advance Amendment 3, but I will advance Amendment 4. The revised Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Integrated Pest Management Policy and Operations Manual, page 4 statement that reads, the MPRB staff uses these strategies, practices, and procedures to manage pests to include staff and contractors. And this actually came up tonight. So that's my proposal or amendment.
I'm not seeing any lights, but this seems reasonable since we are indeed saying it does apply to anyone engaging in management of pests on park property. So still no lights. Let's take a vote on this one. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? That amendment carries.
I'm not going to move Amendment 5, and it's because of the staff feedback that I got. And do I need to, maybe I can move it so we can briefly just discuss that because it came up in your presentation as well. So I would like to move Amendment 5 for discussion, but I'm not going to read the whole statement here, other than to say it was related to all the small applications of pesticides that may occur by park staff here and there. So moving that for discussion.
Did you want to speak to this item?
Yes, and I would like to speak to that. And in the presentation, you had that in kind of your TBD list that you would like, you would like to get to this place, but you're not quite there yet, and it actually has an impact on kind of your asset management work, how you can document it. So the way that you have it written in there now is a little bit aspirational. It says are anticipated to be, but you're not quite ready to do that. So I think that it's fair to not bind you to it at this point. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you, and I'll pull that one back unless there are questions.
I'd like to speak to this one as well. So in the interest of ensuring that we do think about this as we move forward with implementation of the asset management system, because this is something that that I've been asking for a long time as well. In addition to getting away from paper records, just getting to a place where we can do accurate and comprehensive reporting. So if we could make sure that the IT team is aware of this as a requirement as part of the implementation of the new asset management system, that would be great. And then also make a note that this is something we should be considering to update the policy for with the next iteration as we get to a place where we have that operational maturity to be able to record and report out on that. Alrighty, you had one more?
And the last one is Amendment 6. And I think I will not move this one, but I think if you could at least take a look at this one. Again, I wasn't sure if I was going to bring this one forward. I heard some interest from some public comments today about neonicotinoids. But I also saw that it was also in your TBD list in your presentation, which is news. I didn't know that. And also, I really respect not being prescriptive, especially given we don't know. We don't know. There could be other things emerging, other chemicals of concern. We see that all over the place. We see that with the way the Sioux-Line Garden, for example, is the same soil conditions exist that always existed, but now they're at a harmful level. So I think if you could also sort of take this issue up and just see if it fits, and if it doesn't, we would also then just explain to the community it's part of how this IPM works, that there are occasions where it's appropriate to use it, but in a very minimal way, something like that. So those are my comments. And thank you, everybody, for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Benny. Seeing no other lights, Commissioner Menz.
I wasn't sure where we were in this process of
We've
amendments.
completed with the amendments, and we are now speaking to the resolution as amended.
Terrific. I'm right on target.
Okay.
So there is an amendment that I'm going to propose, or just send to staff and see, because I think that figuring out how we clearly outline that maybe we can't prohibit the use of rodenticides, but we can significantly put in the policy to limit their use as a primary option, and maybe make sure that our companies are documenting when they're using it and where they're using it, so that we can track that. I don't want to take tools away, but I also don't want, there is a lot of impact of rodenticides, which I'm sure you all know, on other animals in our communities and even children, because it seems like these would probably be used most by the buildings or by the rec centers. So if staff could come up with, or if we could work together on an amendment to the policy to ensure that we're making as many preventive measures as we possibly can at the use of those chemicals. That would be really helpful to make this stronger. And also, I think that this really speaks to me around volunteer management plans, also at our field spaces. So there are, like, what can, like, teams, coaches, players do on those fields to prevent pests? Like, if there's weeds in the base paths after practice, like, how do we manage those pests with our volunteers or our people who are on those spaces? Just something to think about for maybe future iterations.
I don't know that we want our IPM policy getting into our volunteer management, but I think it is a conversation we can have with our volunteer coordinators around what sort of plans they're focusing on developing in coming years. It's something we probably should talk about during budget discussions in that regard, because this is more of a high-level document and it doesn't get into specific controls around various groups. It tries to apply to everyone. So thank you for that suggestion. I appreciate you bringing that forward. When it comes to rodenticides, I would remind my colleagues that rodents are carriers of many diseases that can impact humans in negative ways. And we need to be very conscious of ensuring that we're not exposing people to disease when they're coming into our buildings. So I'm interested to hear more about that when we come to the full board after you've had a chance to receive that feedback from Commissioner Menz directly. Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a heads up, and I can follow up offline, but I would like staff's input on if we need to address that harvester paragraph a little bit to really be more reflective of the current science around that machine. I think this would be the time to do it, particularly since we had this new information. And I'm happy to support that amendment or staff amendment as if staff thinks it's a good idea.
Okay, not seeing any additional lights. I'd like to thank my colleagues for having a really calm, collected, and collaborative discussion on this topic. In my time on the park board, that's not always been the case. I appreciate that people are wanting to listen to experts and engage with science. And that is very heartening to me to see. So I wanted to take a moment to thank all of you for that and for supporting our staff in doing this work. I'd like to thank the public, everyone that took the time to engage and read this document and provide us some feedback and let us know where they saw opportunities for enhancement or where they weren't necessarily sure they agreed with it. That's how we make this better. So thank you all for engaging in that process. And without further ado, I will take a vote on the adoption of the IPM policy as amended. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries, and we will be back on this in a couple of weeks at the full board. Thank you all for your time tonight, and without further ado, I will declare the Operations and Environment Committee adjourned.
Out of respect for the smaller family that's here and everything, I am going to suggest that we move to the Planning Committee.
All right. Thank you, President Forney. Noting the time is 8:11, I'd like to call the Planning Committee to order. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Alper.
Present.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Here.
Chair Benny.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
The agenda is, all those opposed, no. The agenda is approved. We have one set of minutes. I'll entertain a motion to approve those.
So moved.
From the date?
Oh, sorry, from March 6th, 2024.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved. We have one action item, and it's been a bit here. We have two action items. Sorry about that. Someone move the first one.
I will move Resolution 2024-66, a resolution approving temporary occupancy under Section 4F of the Transportation Act of 1966 for a City of Minneapolis Highway Safety Improvement Program project adjacent to and within Loring Park.
Thank you. We have a proper motion. I don't know if anyone would like a presentation or if there are any questions from commissioners. I've heard this is a fairly small impact, and that's what the packet said. Although Mr. Arvidsson looks eager to come up and present. Okay, I don't see any questions or any interest in a presentation, so I think we can go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of approving Resolution 2024-66, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That resolution passes. And someone move the last resolution on the agenda.
I'll move Resolution 2024-64, resolution approving renaming Farwell Park to Lorraine B. Smaller Park.
Thank you. We have, is there any discussion? Or should we have another presentation on this? We've talked about it a little bit. Yeah.
I don't think anybody's asking.
Let's move to a vote.
Well, I think maybe a little bit of discussion. I have maybe a thought or two, but anybody before I blather on? Commissioner Thompson.
I've got thoughts on everything always. I want to thank the family and the community members that have come and chimed in on a lot of these things. There was a little bit of a joke last Saturday at Farview Park about Farview, Farwell, and then another constituent wrote me today and saying, and then Falwell plays into that as well, and they're all parks in District 2. And I would argue, yeah, that we at the very least we would be getting some clarification on which park is which. All jokes aside, I think it's a lovely idea, and I'm grateful for people seeing it through. But I'd be very interested to hear my colleagues, especially Commissioner Rucker. I'm curious his thoughts on the record.
Well, my thoughts on renaming, I'm 100% behind it. I know Mr. Smaller, Coach Smaller for years. I played at Minneapolis Central, so when we went against him, St. Paul Central was a rivalry. And I would just see Mr. Smaller there all the time, the family there at the games all the time, and this is appropriate for us to rename the park after Mrs. Smaller.
Thank you, Commissioner Rucker. Well, I just want to say something and take a personal moment, but I would always sort of look out in my lifetime and think, we honor people in our society, but we always kind of honor, war heroes or things like that. And it would be great if we could honor people that are doing, really doing work in communities, really impacting people's lives, really working hard for the benefit of other people, and sort of shift the paradigm about what's honorable. And so this, I kind of have to thank people for bringing this forward. Hearing from Mrs. Smaller's granddaughter today was fantastic, because to me this is like a dream come true, that we would have an opportunity to honor a real community hero in this way, and elevate the characteristics, values, and so on of this type of role in our community. So thank you for that, Commissioner Thompson.
Sorry, thank you. I did just want to say one thing more, because I realize I might not be here at our next meeting when this would potentially be approved by everybody. And that is to echo what Chair Abeni said, and also, let me get my mind around this. Naming is powerful, and I do recognize that. They have always been for me. There's a little history lesson. You're like, why is this named for who is this person? Right? I mean, even as a kid, I was like, Loring, what's a weird name? Where'd we get that? And someone told me, that was one of the city, one of the founders of the city, when I was a kid. It matters. It makes a difference. And we've had kids come in here to advocate for changing park names, because it does leave a lasting impact. And I think that this is a legacy worth looking up for community members in our entire city. So thank you so much. And it's been a pleasure to retroactively get to know your mother, grandmother, friend, in all the different ways. Thank you.
Commissioner Menz?
Thank you for letting me speak on this committee. I'm not on this committee. This is something that discovering about Ms. Smaller and the work that she did in Farwell Park reminds me of the fact that, I'm going to try and speak further away. Does it still work? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna learn from my mistakes. I'm doubtful that Ms. Smaller's programming was through the park board. The park was a space for her to build community. And I think that that's the most powerful piece of this story. And it's also a place where she built it using the land that we steward and the spaces. And I think it's a reminder for us also that there are places in our parks where that could still happen, but sometimes our policies don't allow that to grow and happen. And we need to be encouraging and making sure to have those organic opportunities for growth and community, and for wonderful individuals to lend their arms and their ears and their wisdom to young people, because there are barriers. I mean, I'm thinking of busker fees and all these things. Like, we sometimes over polyicize the use of our parks. And I think that this is a great example of where it's powerful to turn the keys over to the community and let the community build something, let individuals in the community build something. So that's the most powerful thing for me. It is difficult to rename a park. I think that there's a high threshold for us. And I will say that I do have questions, especially considering the community members who came and wondering what the impact is of naming this park after one individual who had a powerful impact on a strong community. But what does that say to the other individuals who have also had a powerful impact on that park? So it is something that I don't take lightly when we rename, and that's not to discount anything that Lorraine Smaller did in Farwell Park. But it does, as a commissioner who's responsible, and we're all responsible for the preservation of these lands and these spaces, it does cause me to pause. And my colleagues' advice and the advice of the community, and Commissioner Rucker, your statements really resonate on this issue. So thank you for letting me share on this issue.
Thank you. All right. I don't see other any interest in speaking, any lights, so I'd like to go ahead and move this to a vote. All those in favor of approving Resolution 2024-64, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Do we need a roll call for that, Secretary? No? No. Okay, that passes. Thank you. And with that, I'll adjourn the Planning Committee meeting.
Okay, the time being 8:20, I would now like to call the Administration and Finance Committee to order. And Secretary Ringgold, please call the roll.
Commissioner Musich. Present. Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Co-Chair Rucker.
Here.
Co-Chair Thompson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Excellent. We have our agenda. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you. Any comments? All those in favor of the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have an agenda. Would someone like to move the minutes of March 6th for me?
I so move.
Thank you very much. Any commentary? No? All those in favor of the minutes being added, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Okay, we have a few action items and a report. So, any volunteers for the
I'll move
first-
Resolution 2024-53. This is a resolution approving 2 one-year lease agreements with Lime and VO, respectively, for authorization to place equipment on MPRB property and permission to operate shared bike and scooter programs throughout the Minneapolis park system.
Fantastic. Do you have, yes, Commissioner Musich?
So last summer, these things were everywhere. They were blocking doors to the library, they were in the middle of trails, they were abandoned in the lakes, they were on the beach, they were occasionally blocking the ADA ramps at intersection crossings. What assurances do we have from these companies that they have put in place mitigations for this bad behavior by renters of their equipment to ensure that we're not going to just have the same really negative experience with them again this summer?
Question, yes.
Co-Chair Thompson, Commissioner Musich, I'm realizing that staff is not in the room yet to fully respond, but I can tell you what I know. Both the city and the park board are doing something a little different this year. So the reporting of things being in the wrong place has been really left to staff to self-report. And that's been kind of an extra burden on staff who already have a big thing. And it's not like community members can get engaged in the whole reporting process. So this year we're going to have actually a part-time staff person on board with us this summer doing that regular cycle of the system and doing the reporting on our behalf. So they'll be working directly with the city and with the vendors to try to get that under control.
Okay, fantastic. Because I know lots of people that use these. It's a hugely popular mobility option in the city, and I want us to be able to have it, but I also want people to be respectful of our common spaces, because it sucks when they're not. So I'm glad to hear that we have someone that's dedicated to trying to get that addressed. And when people report these things to us, because I cannot tell you how many texts and emails I got last summer on this, do we send them to the info at minneapolisparks.org email, or how are you wanting us to direct the public when they reach out about this topic?
Co-Chair Thompson, Commissioner Musich, yes, please do that. Unless you hear differently from
Okay.
us, please do that.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Schieffer.
I just wanted to add 2 points. One is community members can report it on the city website. Then that should go directly to the vendor. And they also, some of the scooters had QR codes last year where you could actually make a report to the company. I don't know how effective that was, but I've sat in several meetings with Councilmember Rainville because this has been a huge issue along the riverfront. And I think with, this, we're having a great strategy with this intern. And then hopefully even next year, as we start in with the process sooner, we can get even more accountability with the vendors. So it's baby steps.
Yeah. Good to hear.
I would echo those concerns as they were littering the Victor Memorial Drive last summer. Anecdotally, I think it's kind of funny. There was a house on Dowling. I would drive home and I would see them all in the driveway. They would be like 15. And I was like, I don't know if you're using those or selling them. But that's for Lime and Vio to worry about, I suppose. Any other questions or concerns on this one from people? It is very popular, so let's take Resolution 2024-53 for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries.
Also move Resolution 2024-55. This is a resolution approving a parking license through April 2nd, 2029 with Northern Star Boy Scouts of America for parking facilities at 100 Federal Drive at the Neiman Athletic Complex.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Commissioner Alper.
Yeah, thanks so much for recognizing me as I'm not on this committee. But I just wanted to ask, I asked staff a few questions, and I just wanted to clarify. So this is a annual contract that we have with the Boy Scouts of America for, I believe it's $646 for 38 parking spaces. Is that correct?
Good evening, Commissioners, Co-Chairs Rucker and Thompson, Commissioner Alper. Yes, you are correct.
How did is this based on fair market value?
Co-Chairs and Commissioner Alper, this rate was based on a calculation of a per stall, what happened on the mic? A per stall rate that was in place the first year that we issued the license. And in the initial license, it was indicated that we would increase that rate, I believe, by 3% annually if the license were to be renewed. The license lapsed during a time over the pandemic and when we had a staff vacancy. We have since filled that vacancy, and the staff identified some loose ends that were still hanging out there. And reached out to these license holders and asked if they were interested in renewing the licenses. They indicated they were. And so in lieu of doing the 3% of those two lapsed years, they started as if it were that first year that was lapsed. And that's how the calculation was made.
Okay, thank you for that information. I think I just want to share with my fellow commissioners that I have to admit I was very surprised to see that this was per year and not per month, which would vastly change the amount that is returned to the park board. And I understand the circumstances under which this amount was determined, but I would hope that as we do fair market value, we do market rate studies for so many things that we do, for the fees that we charge for that go in the back of our budget book, you know, for everything. And so I would just hope that, actually, I would hope that we would consider between now and, I don't know, the next board meeting, when this comes to the full board, since I'm not on this committee, but, you know, thinking about, is this the right fair market value for this service where we could, you know, presumably if, why are we offering this for the park, for the Boy Scouts? I mean, it doesn't matter, for any organization. We're not in the business of parking, we're in the business of parks. And so I think it's really, and I realize there's some benefits that we're getting out of this, but that we could calculate into ultimately the price that we charge, which is the, you know, they're gonna be maintaining this in the winter, plowing, keeping it free of debris. But I think it's, I was surprised to see it come forward in this manner, because I would think that 38 parking stalls would be worth more than $646 per year. So I don't have an amendment tonight, but I would certainly consider one. I'll see if I have time to work with staff. I might not. Yeah, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
I do, actually.
Oh, sure,
Thank you.
great.
Co-chairs Rucker and Thompson, Commissioner Alper, a point of clarification here. The license is not intended for daily, year-round use by the Boy Scouts of America. It is intended for overflow use for specific requested dates, a handful throughout the year. So when there are special events that are happening at the base camp, the representative from the Boy Scouts would reach out to our staff and ask permission to utilize the lot for overflow purposes, in which time a sandwich board would be put out on site upon approval, that we would actually work with the Boy Scouts, so we wouldn't have staff running out to do that. Upon approval, the sandwich board that we had provided them they could then take outside and put on the lot that would direct people to that overflow. This would be, again, a handful of times throughout any given year, and would be with prior permission that we have given. We utilize Neiman Athletic Complex massively, especially in the summer months, but on the shoulder seasons as well. We would not allow for the overflow during our use times. They can be very heavy. My son played baseball. It was really hard to find a place to park down there. We'd walk really far with lots of stuff. So I totally understand that this is not something that we want to give away. But to clarify, it would certainly not be a daily or an annual daily use.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. As I read it, it was that we would use the lot on certain specified days, that we would take it back from the Boy Scouts. So I was like, oh, okay. So exactly the opposite of what you're saying. But I do still think that the point still applies about thinking about how many days, and can we calculate that on a per space basis and really look at that? Because I think our let's call them auxiliary services, I believe should serve our park system users. And if they're not, then we should reconsider the use with something that better fits our mission than parking. So I understand the idea of having it doing this, but I just want to be cognizant of that, and I would really appreciate knowing how many days and, you know, the value on a parking space per day basis. Thank you.
Seeing no other lights, let's take this for a vote. All in favor of Resolution 2024-55, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We've got another parking one. Would someone like to move that for us?
I can move Resolution 2024-56. It's a resolution approving a parking license through April 2nd, 2029 with the Blake School for parking facilities at 400 Vineland Place, part of the Parade Complex and Minneapolis Sculpture Garden.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on that? Seeing no lights, all those in favor of Resolution 2024-56, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
I'll move Resolution 2024-65. This is a resolution approving State of Minnesota Joint Powers Agreement with the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board on behalf of the Park Police Department.
Thank you. Would anyone have any questions on that? We're just rolling. I love it. Okay. Let's take that for a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-65, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And now to our study item. Director Wiseman. Is this two meetings in a row? Or is my brain addled? I don't know.
So rolling right along, you now get to hear from us. Good evening, Chair Thompson and Commissioners. We're here today to present the second of 3 study reports that we are providing to the Administration and Finance Committee prior to our budget retreats. So this presentation, sorry, I can't talk and click at the same time, so let me click first. So this presentation would have normally occurred during our budget retreats, but because of the 2-year budget process this year, as well as all of the budget issues that we are facing with our budget, we wanted to present this history and the budget process prior to the budget retreat so that we have more time within the budget retreats to do the actual work. So the 2025-26 budget process. I first want to talk about a biennial budget. So the state has a biennial budget. Their biennium begins in July of each odd-numbered year and ends on June 30th of the next odd-numbered year. The legislature makes the major tax and spending decisions for the biennium in the spring preceding the beginning of the biennium, and the biennium consists of 2 fiscal years. Back in 2020, there were some city council members who wanted to introduce a biennial budget process for the city of Minneapolis, and they requested that the park board also consider a biennial budget process. The biennial budget would require a change to the city of Minneapolis charter. So the work group that consisted of city and park board representatives was established. The work group reached consensus on recommended revision language to Chapter 9.3 of the charter that would have allowed for the biennial budget process for both the city and the park board. The ordinance language did not get the city council 13-0 vote that was required to have this move forward. So at that point, the biennial budget conversation was dropped. In 2023, the city established a 2-year budget process with the adoption of the 2023 budget. You will hear this process being called a biennial budget process, but there is a distinct difference that this, a 2-year budget process requires that the city council adopt a budget each year. And so the way the city implemented this process is that in 2023, the annual budget was adopted, which included a 2024 budget plan. City departments had to submit and request budget requests for both years in that first year. So when they got to the 2024 budget process, the 2024 budget plan became the base. and there were very limited directed changes and adjustments. And the departments were not allowed to submit additional budget requests unless the mayor directed or requested a budget request from their department. So the superintendent recommends the MPRB establish a 2-year budget process for 25 and 26. It aligns our budget process with the city's. It provides time and ability to go deeper, and over time will result in a more complete fiscal picture. It allows the ability to have a program partially funded. We kind of call that pilot in the first year and fully funded in the second, with the ability to implement, evaluate, and report prior to the next 2-year budget cycle. So as we look forward to the MPRB 25 and 26 budget process, what's nice about this is that it coincides with the final 2 years of the board-approved strategic directions, performance goals, and priority strategies. So we will be discussing with both the board and the departments what are those things that are needed to be funded in 25 and 26 to accomplish the goals and the budget actions. We have significant system equity investment occurring over the next 2 years, so it provides visibility of both Graco Park and Upper Harbor Terminal coming online in our system. It also allows us to address budget issues and impacts while we're considering property tax increases, and will potentially allow us to phase in some of the budget impacts over a 2-year process rather than a single year. So the budget development timeline, the first part of the development is information gathering and sharing. So we are currently in that process. We have been working with departments on budget projections. We are providing the board with study reports. We will have a pre-meeting with the mayor and city staff. We're working to get that scheduled. And then our budget retreats are April 17th and May 1st. We are requesting that the city assessor provide a study report as they did last year. So I've reached out to them and haven't heard back yet on a confirmation of a date. We share budget information with employees through the superintendent's check-in meetings. I don't know what they're called, I'm sorry. And then we have an official meeting where we present our 25 and 26 budget to the mayor. The next part of the budget process is development. So the change that's going to happen this year is we are going to start the budget process with our departments much earlier than we have in the past. In previous years, we would do the internal service funds first and then do all the other funds in the summertime. We're going to kick off all funds at the same time because we expect that there will be additional work that needs to occur, and we want to allow sufficient time for our staff to prepare their budgets. The Board of Estimate and Taxation will approve the maximum tax levy, or our board, sorry. Our board approves the maximum tax levy, the committee on July 10th, and the full board on the 24th. The mayor's recommended budget is presented on August 15th. And then the BET sets the maximum tax levy on September 18th. So then review and amendments. On October 23rd of this year, the superintendent will present his recommended 25 and 26 budget. The recommended budget will be shared with employees, and then the board work begins with both public comment as well as board conversation around the budget. The full board has a public hearing and discussion on November 20th, and then on December 4th, admin and finance will approve the budget and property tax levy increase, and then on December 10th, the full board would do the approval over at City Hall. We have tried to get final dates from the city, but we haven't been successful yet. So this is what I think the plan is going to be based on the BET calendar. And so it may be modified if the city decides to modify it. So we have heard a lot of conversation from commissioners about the amendment process and confusion about the process and frustration around the process. So I want to touch base on that a little bit. So commissioner amendments can be submitted anytime before the budget is adopted. But the sooner you can get those amendments visible to the superintendent or another executive team member that will be able to provide professional support for your amendment, the better. And it actually starts during the budget retreat. During the budget retreat, we try to understand each commissioner's priorities for the next 2 years. And then the recommended budget, the superintendent and executive team, as much as possible, tries to incorporate those things within the budget process. Sometimes some of those things don't make it into the recommended budget, and that might be where you would want to prepare an amendment. When you do an amendment, you should include how the amendment will be funded. And then board practice has been to present all final amendments, including how the amendment will be funded, at the Administration and Finance Committee meeting prior to budget adoption at City Hall. And this allows for transparency, as in the City Hall, we adopt the budget in one of the conference rooms at City Hall, so it's not publicly televised. So for transparency reasons, we like to have the board vote on those amendments in the committee. And the president usually appoints all commissioners to that committee meeting in this case, December 4th. So I'm now going to turn it over to Paul Rosen, who will be providing our fund histories.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm going to go through the park board, kind of different funds history for the past 10 years. So we'll start with the general fund, and the general fund is kind of the main park operating fund. It's where the property tax goes. It has rec centers, maintenance, support services, kind of the main park activities. We'll start by looking at general fund revenues, property tax history. Now, property tax is the main source of funds for the general fund. Over the past 10 years, it's increased an average of 5.3% every year. Some of the kind of bigger years to look at, 2017 was when MPP 20 operating funds were added to the tax levy. In 2021, there was really no tax levy for operations. The tax levy you see there went to the commons, and the tree levy was kind of wrapping up, so it decreased. And then in 2022, the youth investment was added, 1.3 million was added to the tax levy, and the tree levy ended. So compared to the city of Minneapolis property taxes, they've increased an average of 5.8% annually, so about 0.5% higher than the park board property taxes. And this chart is showing how the park board is really reliant on property tax for the general fund compared to the city of Minneapolis. The city has a lot more revenue sources. And a good example of this is in 2023 when the property tax collection rates decreased. The city wasn't even aware that was happening. Their property taxes just don't impact their budget as much. They have other sources. The next large funding source in the general fund is local government aid. And you can see it's been fairly consistent. There was a reduction in 2023, but it's been consistent. If you look back further, 2008 to 2011, when the state had budget problems, the local government aid was decreased quite a bit, and it was decreased during the year, so we had to make cuts within the year. So just to highlight there, if the state had budget problems, local government aid could be impacted. The other funding source in the general fund is other revenue. So that's programs at rec centers, rentals, donations, project charges, overhead charges to other funds. In 2020 and 2021 were impacted by COVID. And then it looks like revenue has come back, but a lot of that is ARPA funding in 22, 23, and 24. We still have not come back to the prior amounts for rentals and programming revenues. And this chart shows what the other sources of revenue are. So state aid and funding includes LGA, that's your biggest piece of the pie. But you have user fees next, and charges for services, which includes project charges and overhead fee to the enterprise fund, and then rental charges at about 9%. All right, we'll look at general fund expenditures next. So over the past 10 years, the operating budget has increased $35 million. Some of the bigger increases went along with the property tax, the MPP 20 in 2017, youth investment funding in 2022. You can see little increase in 2021 when there was not a property tax increase for operations. And the operating budget has been impacted by inflation, and we've lost about $1 million of purchasing power over the last few years. And this shows a comparison of what the operating expenditures were in 2015 compared to 2024. So the workforce has increased, so salary and fringe percentage has increased. and other operating and utilities percentage has decreased, while over the last few years, the other operating and utilities have really been hit by inflation and the actual costs have increased. System equity investment is the addition to the budget associated with new parks and amenities or areas of increased usage. And this shows the last, since 2020, what's been added to the budget, with the 2021 $800,000 being the commons, the largest addition. And the negative for Market Square is a reimbursement from Hennepin County. And this chart shows kind of what's happened with full-time employees for across the park board, all funds. Due to economic conditions from 2006 to 2012, 20% of the full-time staff was eliminated. And since then, it's come all the way back and probably to an all-time high at the park board in 2024. And there were 45 positions added with MPP 20 and 22 youth-focused positions added in 2022. All right, so we're going to go on to the special revenue funds. Special revenue funds have a dedicated funding source, and they are for a specific purpose. So the Park Grant and Dedicated Revenue Fund, some examples of what takes place in that fund are the Teen Teamworks grants, community events like Minneapolis Red, White, and Boom. There's a Park Land Acquisition Reserve. And this budget kind of looks the same every year. It's really a placeholder, and as revenues are received, the budget is increased for the program it's received for. The Natural Areas Management Fund, you should be familiar with that because you added it in the 2024 budget. It's receiving $500,000 of state O&M funding for the restoration, management, and expansion of managed natural areas. So all the money, so it's dedicated, all the money, if they don't spend it all in 24, the money will stay there, will be available the next year. And the Park Dedication Fund, that was established in 2014, and park dedication fees are being collected on new developments. You can see the rates there that go into effect in next month. And the balance is being allocated through the CIP for projects. Next, we'll go through the internal service funds. So internal service funds are a way to account for services provided within the park board. So at the park board, we have our technology, ITS, as an internal service, mobile equipment, and self-insurance. So they account for their activities and charge park board departments. So you can see the ITS budget has increased, almost doubled in 10 years. And that's because of increased employees that need support, and also a lot of technology has expanded at the park board. The Equipment Services Fund is the mobile equipment, and its budget hasn't increased quite as much. But you can see in 2022 and 23, they had net losses, and that was due to purchases, makeup purchases being needed, because there's been a lot of challenges with purchasing equipment from a state contract problem, auto workers strike, and supply chain. And an issue that is going to come up in future budgets is that equipment prices have really skyrocketed. I mean, you probably maybe have seen it in car prices, and equipment has gotten a lot more expensive the last few years. And the final internal service fund is self-insurance. Self-insurance budget has actually decreased over the last 10 years, and that is mostly due to better workplace safety practices, so reduced workers' comp claims. I believe we will be seeing some increases for property and liability insurance, just because those are kind of a nationwide issue right now. All right, next is the enterprise fund. So the enterprise fund accounts for business-like activities, and areas in the enterprise fund should either make a profit or have a plan to make a profit to stay as an enterprise. So on golf, you'll see this big increase in 2020, and that was for COVID. This will be the opposite of all the other charts. So COVID kind of saved golf. You can see it was losing money every year until COVID. So it brought more demand, more golfers. And this shows the rounds played, and you can see how the rounds played increased. If you went back to the early 2000s, the rounds played were higher, and golf was really popular back then, and the 9-hole courses were popular then. The next area in the enterprise fund is ice arenas. And ice arenas revenue has really increased, but expenses have increased just as much. And they have increased staffing at the ice arenas, and also there has been a lot of unplanned repairs required. Parking operations has kind of just been a consistent, shown consistent net income. They did fill a position that had been vacant for quite a long time, and we are hoping that helps with increasing revenue. Use and events permitting had a big hit from COVID, and then it has running into issues in the recent years due to event cancellations. I think in 2023 they had the Marathon, Rock the Garden, and Holodazzle cancel. And they also have issues with staffing. Concessions, kind of like parking, has been a pretty consistent net income, and with Bidet-McCoska Pavilion opening, we expect revenue to increase as that gets going. The sculpture garden has mostly had negative net income. The revenue, I think beginning in 2018, it started collecting the parking revenue, and that is the main revenue. But there are plans for additional revenue opportunities to get the sculpture garden to be profitable, if those work out. Waterworks, has just been tracked for 2 years separately, and the restaurant has been really successful. That's driving high net income. Expenses increased in 23 just because staff is like realizing what is part of waterworks and making sure it is coded there and the utilities are getting allocated correctly. But it has been successful so far. And this chart shows the 10 years of enterprise fund operating income, and it's been kind of increasing. Really, golf would be part of one of the drivers of the increase. And while operating income has increased, there's been more improvements done and more spent, so net income has not increased as much, but that is okay since improvements are needed and being made. And this shows enterprise fund net income by each different area. You can see what has the biggest impacts in like parking and concessions consistently making money. An enterprise fund has a fund balance for future improvements, and the balance has been increasing as the net income increased, and this balance will be expended in future years as amenities need to be renovated or repaired. The enterprise fund pays debt service, and you can see the history of what was paid and also what is current, and Parade Ice has debt service until 2029, and Minnehaha Refectory improvements debt service will end in 2025. All right, and another separate enterprise fund that was established in 2024 is the Stormwater Enterprise Fund.
More funds. All right, here we go. Extra slide.
I did have to remember to put this in because it was new.
It is. Sorry, I'm interrupting.
So we have 1.3 million of revenue coming from the stormwater utility fees, the billing, and it'll be used for the stormwater management system on parkland. And this money has its own fund. It will be held separately from the business activities. Any money will roll over and stay in this fund. All right, the last fund to look at is the Capital Projects Fund. There are two capital projects funds, the Park Assessment Fund, which has the parkway paving and private disease tree removal, and then the Permanent Improvement Fund, which kind of accounts for the CIP that you adopt every year. So that has the MPP 20, has rehab, has regional projects. And this is the kind of history of the capital project budget. You can see 2024 with all the state money coming in, it's really higher. And each capital project has its own budget and its own kind of tracking, and they roll over year to year. So even budgeted in, say, 2020, that project could span over a few years. So it rolls over. So the actual expenditures would look much different than the budget. All right, that's the end of the presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that. It was very comprehensive, and I look at numbers for a living, so. Any questions from colleagues? No, we are a bleary-eyed group. I will just say thank you very much. It is a again, toward a comment I made earlier about the difference between like different skill sets of campaigning versus being a commissioner, discovering the amount of funds and dedicated spaces that can only go for certain things is incredibly important and also challenging. I know it is for staff, and so I thank you for constantly making sure that we know. Oh, forgive me, Commissioner Schaefer, your light's on.
I had one question in regards to the job growth. Just clarifying, you know, it says 20% of the staff were eliminated in 2012. And then in 2024, you know, we are kind of at a peak, higher than we've ever been. Can you tell me what that 45 positions from NPP 20, I can't understand what those, I'm not certain what category those jobs are. Obviously youth, you understand. Are they, what positions are they?
Commissioner Schaefer, so the MPP 20 was the neighborhood work plan, and so there was operating funding received as part of that, so that would be park keepers was probably the biggest one in there. There was gardeners, park keeper trainees, I believe, came then. There was also support staff to go along with the maintenance staff. I could get you a list of all.
That's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you. That was the main question I had.
I'm gonna assume this is under the heading of Deputy Superintendent Ringgold knows this information.
Co-Chair Thompson and Commissioner Schaefer, we also, in the staff portion of the budget, you'll see some staff positions that have MPP 20 beside them, and that's an indicator that they're the ones funded through those dollars.
And then can you give us a brief overview, a reminder what we are short as we head into the budget process that we're going to be looking at? Was it 2 million?
Chair Thompson and Commissioner Schaefer, the next study report that you will have on April 3rd will be presenting all of the budget issues, concerns, numerically as well as narratively, so that prior to going into the budget retreat, you have time to consider and think about what those pressures are. And again, closing the gap on the youth investment, the inflationary pressures that Paul talked about. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of things that are going to be coming forward that will need to be considered during the 25 and 26 budget process.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is truly like a robust amount of information, and I thank you for the time you took, because I'm sure it was not easy to compile everything as well. So I don't see any lights, and I'm now guilty of being very close to the mic. So I am going to, at 9:12, call administration and finance adjourned.